There we go. Alrighty. 1 and 2. Great. Hello. Welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name is Lou. This is a cooking live stream, generally speaking. Sometimes it's some other things. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer and tester. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm happy that you're here. Welcome in. Our stream is all about cooking and conversations, mostly vegetable-forward family meals, which we're doing today as part of the stream. We'll get to that in a second. We do recipe development on stream, but also baking, which we're doing today, and I'll get to that in a moment. Meal prep, trip prep, we make snacks, we bake cookies at least once a month, and sometimes we get out in the world for some other types of IRL adventures. So if any of that sounds great, please hit the like button, please hit the subscribe button, and welcome in. We have a community of folks who chat. If you are on YouTube and you want to chat, you have to be subscribed for a little more than 5 minutes. We have a chat window kind of in this general area of the horizontal or landscape, the TV style stream that has both chat from Twitch and YouTube on it. So if you are watching on YouTube, that is the chat kind of down here. And if you want to chat, feel free. You can do so on either platform. Our community is enthusiastic about the culinary world. Most of the folks here are very kind. A lot of them are kind of weird. We like lurkers. So if you're the type of person who just enjoys watching, that's great. Please know that if you hit the subscribe button on YouTube, if you hit the follow button on Twitch, there are no alerts, there's no sounds, nothing happens. I'm not going to call you out and be like, hey, thanks for subscribing, thanks for following. So please know that if you do that, nothing happens. You can just enjoy being a lurker, or as the Twitch CEO wants us to call them, non-chatters. Hello, non-chatters. It does actually sound a little better. I'm going to be honest about that. Listen, he got one thing right in a couple years. Some other things maybe too, but whatever. Anyway, enough about that. What are we doing on stream today? Today is going to be a two-part stream. One is making a carrot cake. Why? Because I really just want to make a carrot cake. Carrot cake is very spring-coated, despite the fact that it has like nutmeg and cinnamon and cardamom and ginger and all of these like fall spices in it. It uses fresh carrots and is typically like considered a springtime cake. So that's generally when I get the craving for it. So we're gonna make a carrot cake today. 3-tier round carrot cake with cream cheese icing. So we're doing that. We're also working on a recipe today for work, for lack of a better term. We're working on a recipe, we're working on developing a recipe. That recipe is a warm, crispy lentil and tomato salad. Working title still working. Title TBD. Anyway, it's warm, crispy lentils, tomatoes, like just grape tomatoes, herbs, I think parsley is what I have in the fridge right now. I kind of would love this with dill, but I think parsley has more body to it, which is great. Also, I'm making it with red lentils, which are canned. I prefer to make it with green lentils, with dried green lentils, but in the name of trying to make it easier and quicker, we're doing it with canned lentils, and no pun intended, there we go, okay. You cannot get green lentils in a can. At least you cannot in any of the grocery stores where I live, which is Philadelphia. So I verified this on Instacart. I verified this with my own eyeballs. The lentils that are available in store are generally red or brown lentils in the can or the pouch. So we're using red lentils. Anyway, we're also going to put a yogurt lemon dressing together for that. So it's basically like a warm lentil and tomato salad that you can mix in other things with and make it a full meal if you want, or you can just serve it as a side. You could serve it cold as well. The lentils obviously will not be as crispy if you put the dressing on them and then refrigerate them, but that's fine. You do you. Welcome in. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate you. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Please hit the subscribe button. That's the one that I really appreciate. The like button helps the live stream get discovered while it's live. The subscribe button helps the channel grow. And if you're on Twitch, please hit the follow button. Or, you know, you could hit the subscribe button on Twitch too, which does something different. If you are watching on YouTube, we do have YouTube memberships. They have all the same benefits as they have the same benefits as subscriptions on Twitch. So, anyway, welcome in. Let's get started. What do we need to do to get started? We need to preheat the oven. Oven is preheated. Great. Let me scroll back up and say hello to the folks on Twitch who said hi in the chat as I was talking. Not Getty, hello. Welcome in. Double S Loco, welcome in. I'm a non-chatter. Right? The CEO of Twitch was like, I saw this in Zach Bussey's newsletter. Zach Bussey, by the way, independent journalist, covers the live streaming space. Absolutely love Zach. He's great. Have never met him IRL, but I have enjoyed his newsletter for years. I pay for it. It's like $5 a month or something. But he also has like separate posts. He does content if you want outside of the newsletter, and it's great. So Zach, I see you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the work that you do. I saw in Zach's newsletter, which is called Today, TOS, Today on Stream. Pretty funny, right? I saw that Dan Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, said that lurkers makes it sound a little bit, it's like sounds bad, right? And so we should be calling them non-chatters. And he said that like in a live stream. It wasn't like in an interview, but it was just kind of off the cuff. But like, I don't know, lurking is kind of what's happening, right? Like if you're just watching the stream and you're sort of like not chatting, you're literally like, it's like looking through a window into someone else's house and they don't know that you're there, right? Which like, if you live in the city, is definitely a thing that you do when you're walking along the street. People have their blinds open and you're just like, oh, hey, I can see directly into your living room. It's as if you stood there and stayed there for a while and also had audio, which is weird. Anyway, let's not talk about that because I definitely don't do that and neither should you. But calling people lurkers versus non-chatters, do y'all have an opinion about that? I kind of like the term non-chatters, but it also sort of feels like a pigeonhole, right? Like you could chat if you wanted to, like when you're lurking, you're just not chatting. But like saying that someone is a non-chatter is sort of like, I don't know. It feels like, hey, that's not always true. Caretaker says if it wasn't for lurkers, my students would be me by myself building Legos or playing Halo. Right. And I lurk on Twitch all the time. It's like the only thing that I do. I never chat. Good Lord. I never chat. I rarely chat. Rarely chat. Why is he making lurking sound like peeping Toms or something? Me? Right. Yeah. Yes. Why would Dan Clancy not want you to say lurkers? Because advertisers don't like it because it sounds creepy. Because live streaming is the only place where being a lurker is a good thing. Right? Like, let's be real about that fact, right? If you're lurking anywhere else in life, it's weird and possibly harmful. If you're lurking on the internet in a live stream chat, normal, totally normal. So I think that it has something to do with advertising, right? Sounds medical. Yes. It does, Mike. Exactly. It feels like someone trying to make it feel PC when it's never been derogatory. Right. It's exactly like that's a term that grew out of being. It's just what it is. It's literally what it is. Like, you know, it's all in how you say it. It's all in how you say it. Timmy says we should propose an alternative, like when they changed estate tax to death tax to make it sound worse. I mean, yeah. Like, to be fair, I've had that thought about the term lurkers before and been like, is that really like the best word for this? But like, it is the word. Also, hi, if you're lurking on this stream and you're like, oh shit, it's me, I appreciate you. I want to let you know that I appreciate you and you can refer to yourself however you want. Please feel free. We're making a cake. Passive watcher, passive viewers. Passive viewers would be fine. I would challenge that if you are going to ever get the name to be something different, it also needs to be 2 syllables. Because I'm not saying more syllables. Lurker, easy. Passive viewer, it doesn't roll off the tongue. Just kind of gets stuck in your mouth a little bit. Doesn't work. Like, I get it. I get the point. And I agree with you that it sounds a little bit more sanitized, but it's not quite as easy to say. And Twinderella, to your point, like the internet's going to do whatever it wants. We will not be cowed by some mostly out of touch CEO trying to be like, hello fellow non-chatters. Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Like, you're going to talk about derogatory and lurking. There's a just look up the term Dan Clancy lurker and maybe understand why he doesn't want that type of heat anymore or SEO anymore. Piesworm says, when I lurk, I'm often multitasking, not available to type. Yes, point. Yes, when I'm watching Twitch, I'm almost always watching it on the TV. There's no keyboard. I'm literally watching. I'm consuming visually with zero ability to input easily. We're making carrot cake today. I swear to you, this is what we're doing. Okay. I'm multitasking right now. I'm talking and trying to think. We're doing a separate, there's 2 different cream cheese frostings. There's one for this recipe, which is not great. Hold on, this calls for 16 ounces, butter, half cup of butter, 4 cups confectionery sugar. Actually, this is basically the same recipe. It's fine, whatever. I'm gonna make this other one and pretend like I am better somehow. Pie Swarm, I could, and often I do. See, when I'm watching Twitch and I do want to chat with whoever's channel I'm watching, I will pull out my laptop and like chat that way, or my phone or whatever. I'm 41, so laptop. Let's be honest. But generally speaking, I don't. Generally speaking, I don't. But that's not to say that I don't like people's content, you know? Preheat the oven to 300. Oh no, it's at 350. We'll have to turn it down. Line a large baking sheet with parchment paper, spread the chopped pecans, toast for 7 to 8 minutes, roof the oven, allow to cool for 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, right, okay, because I'm supposed to toast the pecans first. And then you turn it up to 350. We're just gonna do this at 350 because like it's just fucking it's not that hard. How much chopped pecans do I need? 2 cups, 260 grams. Fantastic. We will just do this. We're just going to do this directly onto the baking sheet because that's the best way to roast. The best way to roast nuts. Pie Swarm says I'm 48 and on a desktop, right? Yes. There's certain things that are literally laptop tasks, and I will not be convinced that I will not be convinced otherwise. This is just pecan pieces, right? Yeah. So I'm not going to chop these because they're already in pieces. So we're just going to do this right like this. We're skipping steps. Uh-oh. He's doing it wrong. Let's tell on him. Did I say Shaka Khan? You know, I didn't, but I did just there, but I did not previously to that statement. I said chopped pecans. Shaka Khan, chopped pecan. You know what? Actually, yeah, I could see why that would happen. Valid. Okay. We're going to spread these out. We're going to put these in the oven for 7 minutes. We're going to set a timer too, because what'll happen is I'll forget. The timer doesn't really matter all that much. I might still just forget. Right? Splits, welcome in. Cheesesteak and tomato salad. I mean, you could make a cheesesteak with the lentil salad. It is a side. It is a side. Pepper, we're making a cheesecake. No, Jesus Christ, we're not making a cheesecake. We're making a carrot cake with cream cheese icing, which is not like a cheesecake, really in any way. Except there's a cheese tangentially somewhere in there. D Gamers, I hope that are you back now? Or are you like, did you regain control of your account? That's frustrating. That is super frustrating. Pecans are pretty expensive right now, Pie Swarm. Yeah, pecans are pretty expensive in general. They're one of my favorite nuts. I usually just have some on hand. I was going to use walnuts for this recipe, but I didn't have enough, so I ended up buying some more. Made a new Discord account. That sucks. Although I will be honest that like starting fresh probably feels kind of nice sometimes too. Although not when you like don't really want to do that. That part is shitty. I was thinking about this. The whole starting fresh thing we were saying yesterday, because I was talking about our basement flooding and how we were planning on like throwing out a bunch of stuff from the basement and just hadn't gotten around to it, and how I'm like, well, now it's happening. Now it's definitely happening. It has to. What isn't expensive these days, right, Velos? That's very accurate. My friend Megan, whose social links are in chat currently, just actually her most recent newsletter is about groceries and like budgeting for groceries. Basically like budgeting for grocery, like massive grocery price increases. And it was a very good post. I don't want to say impressed because she's a very good writer in general and covers a lot of like good topical like home cook things. But the grocery budgeting and sort of like meal planning aspect of it was really, really quite well thought out. Anyway, shout out Megan, who is a lovely human. Okay, we're moving the microphone off of my shirt because it keeps bumping my chin, and I have to believe that it sounds better when it's on my hat. Okay, Gwen is home. Several $100s later, I'm sure. The fucking mirror fixed. All right. We're buttering pans here. Clifford is happily napping. Happily napping. How'd I do?
You should have tried to feed him a second time, and you should have peed him.
No. I fucked up. Yeah. Okay. How'd the car do?
They need to order it.
Okay.
So it'll probably be next week.
Okay. So do we not have one until then? Oh, okay.
It was fucking destroyed.
Yeah. It's what we get. We parked the car on the street. Had to park the car on the street for a while, and Gwen walked out this afternoon to like the side mirror just being like completely totally ripped off. Cool. That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does.
Yes, it does.
Because we'd be in the garage if not for that being full shit because the basement.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really fucking annoyed that I need to spend more money on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, hope you don't need to go any long drives because it dangles and bounces.
Not for weeks. Next camping trip is May something. Maybe. Do you need anything? You're gonna take drugs? Okay. Enjoy. Okay. Do you need anything else? Food? You want some orange slices? I bought oranges the other day. Maybe a banana.
I'm gonna take a banana.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. Gwen's. We were all sick for like a couple weeks recently. That's like why I wasn't live. It's Calvin got sick. I got sick. Calvin got sick. Gwen is like 75% right now. Oh, those are peeps from Easter. I forgot. But they're ripening. I found the peeps that I bought for Easter today, and they're in this paper bag on the counter, but they won't be ripe for another couple weeks. When they're
them open? You need to open
they're not open. No.
In order to make them stale, you need to open them.
Damn.
You idiot.
Don't hurt. Your head's gonna hurt more rolling your eyes like that.
If you want them to be stale, you have to put a slit in them.
If you want them at all, you can fucking eat them because I'm not gonna touch them.
Shit.
I'm not gonna eat shit. What the rude. Okay. Bye. Carrot cake. I'm making carrot cake, and then I'm making a lentil salad for dinner, which I'm going to pair with some fish sticks. The timer went off. I should really get this. I should really get these pecans out of the oven. Or not out, but let's see. Are these ready? I'm gonna give these 2 more minutes. Literally 2 minutes. And what are we gonna do in that time? Nothing. Because if I start doing something else, it's gonna not. I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget. My favorite German shopping experience is the Aldi. There's an Aldi that I shop at. One of the cashiers there, it's funny because it's a very American thing to be like, hello, how are you doing? And then the response is like, fine, thanks, how are you? And then they're like, good. Right? Transactional pleasantry, right? That's a very, like, that exact phrasing is specifically like American, at least in my experience. But this person, one of my favorite things about this one cashier at the Aldi is they don't look up. First off, they literally, they demonstrably do not care about you or your presence there. They're literally just, things are going through the till. And this person's just like, hey, how are you? And it doesn't matter what you say. They have the same response. The person, I'm just like, I'm good. How are you doing? And he's just like, cool. And I'm like, you know what? This is the perfect experience in this store. Because they're like cost cutting, right? Like the whole point is that it's cheaper there. And I don't need this type of pleasant interaction with this person. I'm just glad there's a literal human there doing the checkout. Like, I don't actually need to talk to the human. I just want there to be a human because they're not being replaced by a robot. Anyway, what is a pecan? Pecan. What's the other name for a pecan? I forget the other terminology for a pecan. There's a separate. Pecan. Yeah, it's not that. There's a separate word for pecan. D-Gamers, I hope your headache gets better. I am going to look it up because I feel like there's T-E pecan. See also nuts. No. Hickory nut? I don't. It's a member of the hickory family, it says. It doesn't say. Pecan. Kind of. I mean, yes, and no, I thought there was like a separate name for it. Like, you know how the like like an aubergine is a zucchini. That type of thing. Oh wait, is an aubergine? No, aubergine's an eggplant. What's a zucchini? There's a separate name for zucchini. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. Hello, good afternoon. Caretaker says there's a joke about the supermarket greeting, and it says the greeting's on the screen. It probably is. It probably says like say hi or something. Like, I absolutely believe that. Dan, welcome in. Hello, hello. All right. Nuts are out of the oven. Good. Let's get to the next step of this. Oh, this recipe is awful, by the way. This is from Sally's Baking Addiction, which, by the way, like Sally's Baking Addiction is a good blog and a good cookbook, and this recipe is one of the most poorly written. It's like it just I like the last time I read this, I was like, I had to like make notes on it. There's like hash marks on here where there should be like natural separations. The original name was the island nut. Colonialists named them jailed nuts. Interesting. The island nut. Where do they come from? Whisk the brown sugar, granulated sugar, oil, eggs, applesauce, and vanilla in a large bowl until combined. In another large bowl, whisk the flour, baking powder, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves. Pour the wet into the dry. Using a rubber spatula or wooden spoon, fold the ingredients together until just combined. Fold in the carrots and a cup of the toasted pecans. The rest of the pecans are for garnish. Oh, I like putting raisins in here. Sorry, we're going to put some raisins in here. Pour and spin the batter evenly into the cake pans. If using 3 cake pans, bake for 20 to 24 minutes. Test the center. Do not overbake. Allow the cakes to cool completely in the pans. Set on the wire rack. The cakes must be completely cool before frosting and assembling. Okay. So let's get all of our ingredients together. And then we will assemble. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to bake the cakes. We're going to make the cakes. We're going to bake the cakes. We're going to take the cakes out and let them cool. While they are cooling, we're going to put together the icing. And then and then we'll see. And then we'll see. I think I might put these in the refrigerator if possible to cool down. But we'll get to that. While they're baking, we'll open the fridge and see if I can make some space in there. The other thing that I want to do is I want to remember I'm going to write this down. The last time I made this cake, it was a little bit airy. And I had the thought that it had like these bubbles. It had air bubbles in it. And I remember thinking I should have like taken these pans and like just given them a little shake before doing the baking. So I did that. I wrote that down. I wrote it down. Freedom Dow says, have I ever made lava cake? I have not. I've eaten it and it's delicious, but I've never actually made it. That's where I'm guessing with lava cake you have to like you put like solid chocolate in the center somehow, or like you freeze the chocolate. How does the lava happen? I actually don't know. I know that they're delicious. Pecans originated in the Gulf of Mexico, Caretaker says. It was called island nut due to its habit of being able to grow on small islands. Well, there you go. That makes sense. Darlene on YouTube asks, how am I? I'm actually good. We've had a tough run here recently in terms of like generalized health, but things have started to improve. Everybody in the house is feeling better currently. Well, that's not true. I'm feeling better. When I get up in the morning, I'm about at 100%, and my energy level is increasing after having felt ill for 2 weeks. Calvin is basically feeling better. He still has like maybe a little teeny tiny bit of a cough. And Gwen is the one sort of not lagging behind. She got sick last. So she is not feeling great. She's not feeling as well as Calvin and I are. But we all have had really crappy past couple weeks. Basically, March 27th, I woke up feeling like absolute crap. I went to bed March 26th feeling fine. I streamed on March 25th. I was preparing to go camping. March 26th, I had Calvin had a concert that evening. We went to the concert, felt great, totally fine. That was a Thursday night. I got up on Friday morning. I took him to the bus stop, and I was like, I came home and I was like, I need to go back to bed. I don't feel good. And I basically stayed in bed for 2 weeks from that point on. Either in bed or on the couch. And then he got sick. Like, we were supposed to go camping that Saturday. We were supposed to leave to go camping on Saturday. I was like, I don't feel good. Maybe we'll leave on Sunday. Maybe we'll leave on Monday. Maybe we'll leave on Tuesday. And then on Tuesday, I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. And then he got sick on Wednesday. And it was like, all right, well, now we're not going. But anyway, everybody's kind of on the mend. So that's how it goes. Jordy, welcome in. Good to see you. This is an official piece of Twitch merchandise, by the way. It says, is this real? I got it at TwitchCon when I went. You could probably buy it in their Amazon shop. Okay, so we are pouring the wet ingredients into the dry. So I want to put my wet ingredients in the small bowl, and then the dry ingredients into this big bowl, and then we'll mix and pour. Okay. Sita, welcome in. Hello. Gwen says you forgot the part where the basement flooded and all our shit got ruined. Right. Oh, yeah, I did forget about that part because that wasn't a physical body thing. But yeah, that Sunday when I was basically dead, Gwen came in the room and was like, I need your help. And it was because there was like 2 feet of water on our basement floor. So that part also sucked. Yes, you're not wrong. That was bad. And that is still an ongoing like thing that is being dealt with. All-purpose flour. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I am going to get my sifter because I want to sift this together. And I do like that this gives weight measurements. So we're gonna do this opposite of what the recipe says. We're gonna do the dries first, and then we're gonna do the wet ingredients. So I need 312 grams of flour. So I don't know. I might actually need more flour than what I have here. Which is fine. I have a substantial bag of flour that I can get out. And when I say substantial, I mean it. Y'all, do you want to see the biggest bag of flour that I think has ever been in this house? Hold on, because I'm about to show you. I've been waiting to break this thing out for a couple weeks now since I purchased it. But I ordered from Costco what I thought was a 5-pound bag of flour. It's not. It's a 25-pound bag of flour. So we have a little bit of flour here. And there's definitely a way to open this where it makes it, where it's like there's a right way to open this, and then there's a just rip it way to open this. And I think I want to try, so there's clearly like a spout looking thing. Ah, ha, ha, okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. See, I knew there was like, like I said, there's a right way to open this, and then there's a you messed up way to open this. So this is the right way. Okay, hold on. Let's take this out of here. You stay right there for a moment. So we're hopefully gonna not mess anything up here. Yes, there we go. See, there's like a spout situation sort of built into the bag. Great. This is the part where it explodes, isn't it? Caretaker, you know what's funny? I generally don't get like movie references and things like that, but I just, as I was, sick for a while, just watched there's a plastic piece inside of here, by the way, which is like keeps coming up. Maybe that's the right way. Anyway, that's probably okay. I just watched those Christopher Nolan like Batman movie whatevers, versions, whatever you call it, trilogy or something. I just watched it. I mean, I've seen them before, but I just watched it the other day. That was one of the, hey, like Calvin and I are both like aggressively sick. Let's just like watch a bunch of stuff. That was one of the things that we watched. He and I watched the Dark Knight trilogy. That's what it was. So I actually get that reference because he like buys a bunch of extra stuff or whatever. Okay, so how much flour? Back to the plot. 312. I lost the plot there for a moment as I there we go. All right, 314. That should be fine, right? Yeah, that bag is what you get if you're not paying attention and you order flour from Costco. Which I should have known. They don't just sell a 5-pound bag of flour. Like I really just that's on me. Like honestly, like that whole thing is on me because I should have been much more aware. Darlene says, "Can you show me your flooded basement?" No, no, I cannot. There's multiple reasons. One, none of these cameras move, so I can't do anything about that. And two, it's not flooded currently. Three, I don't really want to take you all downstairs, to be honest. That's not a thing. That's Gwen's space. That is Gwen's space down there, or at least it was, and it will be again. Baking powder, 2 teaspoons of baking powder. So 1, 2, 1 teaspoon of baking soda, 1, 1/2 of a teaspoon of salt, So I'm putting things back in the cabinet as I'm going here because if you're new, I will tell you that I just don't like having excess clutter on the counter while I'm cooking. It's distracting. Okay, a half a teaspoon of salt. So let's do salt. And a quarter teaspoon. That's a half teaspoon. All right, half teaspoon of salt. Okay, and then let me make sure that I'm doing this the right way. Flour, baking soda, salt, and then spices: cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, cloves. Okay, so all of these spices are going to go in here as well. Freedom Dow says if you have water leaks and got sick for a week, it may be mold in your environment. It's not. I got sick before that, so it's not that. I got sick when I went up to Providence and hung out with a bunch of people who were themselves sick, and I didn't know that. So it definitely is not that. It has nothing to do with the environment here. Teaspoon of ground ginger. It is also, I would note that my friend who I went to Providence with also got sick and does not live in this house or this country. And we're all sick of one of those things. But he lives in Toronto and still got sick. A teaspoon of ground ginger. Okay, that's a healthy amount of ground ginger. We like that. Quarter teaspoon of nutmeg and cloves. I'm not getting out a quarter teaspoon for that. I'm just using the half teaspoon to like get most of the way there. I'm also adding cardamom to this because I like cardamom, and why not? Right? Caretaker says of the flour, could have accidentally bought the oil drum of syrup. Oh God. Yeah, that's for sure. Although to be fair, syrup doesn't go bad either. Flour only goes bad. Flour goes bad, but it takes a while, and I'll probably use that before it goes bad. I hope to use it before it goes bad. That's the plan anyway. Depends what kind of syrup, I suppose. Like a whole drum of maple syrup would be insane. We would have to do something with that. Probably make maple candy out of it and just like, I don't know, just distill it all down, right? Okay, so let's sift this all together. Maple caramel, right. Was it a form of pneumonia? That we don't know. I don't know. It wasn't strep throat. It wasn't COVID. It wasn't a common cold. They just treated it. So my doctor was like, I'm going to treat this like a form of walking pneumonia. I'm going to give you several different antibiotics. Please enjoy. And I did. And then I also was like, wait, like 3 or 4 days ago, I was like, why the fuck am I still congested? Like, why am I still congested? And then I was like, oh, right, because you have allergies too. So I also started taking my allergy medication again, and now I feel great. But I messed up and started taking that allergy medication, which is like once every 24 hours at like in like the early or the mid afternoon at one point. So every day I'm taking it like an hour or two earlier so I can get back to the part where I take it in the morning. Okay, I need grated carrots too. I forgot about that. But let's get our sugars and everything else whisked together first. That way they have a little time to like sort of melt together. Remember having bacterial pneumonia during the lockdowns. Caretaker, Jesus, I know it. and I don't know if it was that or what. I have no idea. I honestly have like I genuinely have no idea what it was that I had. Just crud, Mike. Yeah, something like that. It's just crud. I definitely got it. I picked it up when I was in Providence. I know this because my friend James, who was with me the entire time I was there, also got sick. We stayed at the same place. We went to the same, we went to the same place for dinner on Friday. We hung out all day on Saturday. He left Sunday morning to drive home. I streamed Sunday afternoon, but he texted me like the same, like a day or two after I had gotten sick and he was like, I feel like shit. How do you feel? I was like, I also feel like shit. Hey, you too? He was like, me too. And I was like, damn. I was like, our friends are idiots, huh? He was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. Anyway, it was a shitty past couple of weeks. And says, where have I been? I've been on the couch mainly on the couch. I was spending about 14 hours a day in bed and then the rest of it on the couch. I had the man flu. It was awful. 300 grams of brown sugar. That's 301. Close enough. This is a use it up cake. We just used up a bag of brown sugar that had been in progress. We love that. We love a use it up cake. It's now officially a use it up cake. And then regular sugar, 100 grams of granulated sugar. Let me just make sure. Whisk together the brown sugar, granulated sugar, oil, eggs, applesauce, and vanilla. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Orange flavored things on YouTube. Am I feeling better now? I'm feeling much better now. Thank you for asking. It is it has run its course for me. It has run its course for my son, and my partner is getting there. She's not 100%, but is better than last week. So that's a good thing. All right, the dog is asking to go out, so I need to let the dog out. I'm just going to go ahead and put the BRB screen on, and we're going to play some clips for just a moment while I do that, because I don't want to run like a 3-minute, I don't want to run an ad yet. I don't want to do words on stream just yet. So we're just going to put the clips player up for a moment while I let her out. So how do I do that? Hold on. I've got it. I've got this. I swear, I know how to do this. All right, hold on. Is it... Hold on. Okay. It might be this one. Hold on. There it is. All right, it's this one. All right, we'll be right back. Just a moment. I need to let the dog out. All right. Stop talking to us, please. Stop making noise, children. Children, time to stop making noise now. A cheesesteak in Philly, you would order by saying, let me get a steak. And then you would say what type of cheese you want. And then you would say whether you want it wit or wit out onions. So less than an hour from now, I will be with child, not in the biblical sense, just in the proximal sense. And we'll, yeah. Being allergic to peanuts, I'm very aware of the family that they're in. Something because every time, like, often in my life, I've been like, "Yeah, I'm allergic to peanuts," and someone's like, "It's actually not a nut. Did you know it's not a nut?" And I'm like, it makes me die, and I don't care what it is." Thank you. I would shop.
Take a picture of them fingers.
You have a good one. I'm honestly. Calvin just asked me if the banana bread is single and available. I'm gonna get this kid off. Hear those sirens? They're coming for your bullshit. Late. I love a good tip. I too enjoy tips. I mean, listen. Command tip in chat if you wanna tip financially. If you want to leave a tip of an informative nature, feel free to do that. And if you want to use any other version of that term, call me. Okay, here's
okay, we're back. Daisy's been outside and she's good now. Cool. I also had another screen that I totally thought that I had set up that was like ready for BRB stuff, but I guess maybe I don't. Was it this one? Oh, it was this one. Okay. It was this screen, but shit. Hold on. How do I get off of this now? Sorry. Where are we? There we go. Okay. It was that screen, but I didn't have the right. Anyway, whatever. I didn't have the right thing. It's well. I was thinking of this. I was thinking of something, but it wasn't the exact thing I was thinking of. It was words on stream and not clips. Okay. We're back though. Let's continue. We were doing the oils and sugars. So we have the brown sugar and the granulated sugar in here. We need to add the oil, eggs, applesauce, and vanilla. So melted coconut oil is what we're going to use for this because I have some coconut oil and it is not quite melted. It's melted enough. It's melted enough that I can use it. When I stir it in, it will probably be okay. Maybe I should melt it. I don't know. Whatever. 240 milliliters vegetable or oil. This is 414. Serving size 1 tablespoon. 15. I actually need to measure this out, which is annoying. So we will measure this out. I'm going to measure this into this thing. So this is 250. So this has measurements. This pan here has measurements on it. But I don't really, I'm not going to lie, y'all. I don't really trust the like little gradation things on here. So I'm going to use a measuring cup, which I don't love doing. If you've hung out here before, you know that I prefer to use weight by weight. So here's what we're going to do though, is we're going to measure the weight of a cup of coconut oil so that when I do this the next time, I will be able to just use by weight. Orange flavored on YouTube. I'm glad to hear that.
And we appreciate lurkers. If you're lurking on lurkers, meaning people who are watching and not chatting. If you are lurking on either YouTube or Twitch, please also know that follows on Twitch and subscriptions on YouTube are silent. So if you do either of those things while I am live, I will not make a deal about it. I won't even mention it. So if you're on Twitch and you hit the follow button, I'll see it and I'll smile a little bit, but we won't otherwise talk about it. Okay, so this is a half cup. We're going to put a half cup into this little pan. I'm putting this in this little pan because this is still semi-solid, so I'm going to melt this on the stove. But what we're going to do is I'm measuring the weight of a half cup, and then I'm just going to spoon in another half cup here. I probably could have measured like a smaller. I should have measured a quarter cup here and just, gone with that and multiplied by 4, but instead I used a half cup. So that's fine. Whatever. It's cool. It's cool. We'll just do it this way. 110. Okay, so 110. Now that's 110 grams. For 1 tablespoon, a half cup is what? 4 tablespoons? 8 tablespoons. So let's see. Y'all know I love math. If you don't know, I love ratios and that type of thing. So 8 times 15 is 120. So this is actually, it's less. A tablespoon is 15 milliliters. If I was doing 15 times 8, 120. Interesting. Okay. Maybe I didn't scrape as much out of there as I thought I did. I don't know. What I'm musing about here is the fact that a milliliter is basically also 1 gram of water. Oil is denser than water, so usually it would be more. It would weigh more. But I am noting that I measured out a pretty accurate half cup there, and it was 10 grams less, which is odd. That is odd to me, but whatever. Maybe coconut oil weighs less than water. Who knows? Not relevant in this moment. Actually, probably very relevant if I'm using weight here, but whatever. Melted coconut oil. So 220 grams per cup. Okay. I'm tapping this down and I'm looking to see if I'm at the gradation, the milliliter measurement. So yeah, this is about where it says 240 milliliters on the side of this little container. So interesting. It apparently, maybe, I don't know if this is true or just my experience in this moment, but I guess coconut oil weighs less than water? Question mark? That seems odd. Okay, so I need 4 eggs, 4 large eggs. And we're going to crack these into a bowl. Where is that bowl that I just had? There it is. We're going to crack these into a bowl first before cracking them directly into the sugar. I'm going to wash my hands first too, because I'm about to get my fingers in some egg whites. I'm going to crack them into a bowl first because if I get any shells in here, I'm I don't have to fish them out of the sugar mixture. I can just fish them out of this bowl instead. So that'll be nice. Okay. This is ready. Let me grab my compost bin so I can just toss the shells in there. 4 large eggs. Right? 4 eggs? Yeah, 4 large eggs. 1, 2, 3. The music stopped. 4. The music could have stopped like an hour or more ago. I have no idea. I don't have the music playing out loud on my end, so occasionally when it stops and I don't notice it, I just carry on. But apparently it has ceased. Why did it cease? We don't know. Why is it not playing now? I'm literally hitting the play button. Next track. Play. Okay, well, there it goes again. Apparently it's working. Okay, so we have 4 large eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4 large eggs. And then 133 grams of applesauce. Smooth, unsweetened applesauce, which is what I have. I remember the last time I made this, excuse me. I remember making this the last time and I only had chunky applesauce that I bought by accident, which was really annoying. It was still unsweetened, but it was chunky, and I remember putting it in the bowl and being like, what the fuck? Why are there these giant chunks in here? Does anyone eat chunky applesauce? Was that like your norm as a kid? I quite literally I've never eaten, chunky applesauce has never been part of my purchasing or consuming, literally ever. I don't, it just wasn't it didn't have that when I was a kid. And it's funny. I didn't even I guess I knew that it existed, but I don't know. I didn't have it when I was a kid. And I think that was that time that I got it for this recipe by accident, I think was the only time I'd ever actually purchased chunky applesauce. It says to measure the vanilla, but I didn't. Oh well. I think I need the vanilla again for the icing. So we're just going to leave that. I can put my compost bucket wet in it for now. No, I can't. I'm about to shave some carrots. Okay, so we're going to mix, we're going to whisk all of this together here. I'm going to whisk all of my eggs and sugars together. What does it say? It says until something. And the oil. Yes. Oh, the oil. And the oil. Right. Catastrophic. Thank you. That is a savior. I would have put these, what would have happened was I would have turned around to put these in the oven and seen that on the stove and been like, damn it. Anyway, this is melted now. It's definitely melted. Cyber, welcome in. Thank you. That was a good backup there. Is this hot melted or is this okay, here's what we need to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pour this oil in really, really slowly because I don't want it to mess with my egg, which is in here. Mix it together in a large bowl until combined and no brown sugar lumps remain. It specifically says lumps. Did we set something on fire? No, I just I almost forgot to add a whole cup of oil to my my cake batter. And that would have been not good. So I'm just adding this slowly because it is warm. I'm not like tempering. I don't need to temper anything here. There wasn't a step that included tempering, but I'm just aware that hot oil and eggs could make for cooked eggs. And we don't want that. So, also should have used a slightly larger bowl, and that's okay. Eventually it's going into that large, which you can't even see because there's flowers in the way. But there is a large bowl on the counter with dry ingredients that is going to eventually house all of the ingredients. So no, nothing was set on fire, not today. Have I ever set anything on fire on stream? I melted my camera. I've cooked peppers on the stove, but like that was intentional. We knew those. Then they didn't catch on fire. Those were just getting burned. Coincidentally, that was the same time I melted my camera. Okay, find fire. No, hopefully not. Okay, so we have a bowl of dries and a bowl of wets sitting over there, ready to go. Now I need to grate some carrots because this is carrot cake. So I need 2 cups, 260 grams of grated carrots. A clip find command. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Can you do me the favor of putting that exact statement? Can you type that again, but put command remind in front of it and just put that in chat again, and it'll dump it into Discord, and I will figure out how to do that because I like that idea. Because there's a lot of clips. There's definitely a lot of clips, and I know that it can be. I'm positive I could do that. Perfect. Thank you. There you go. The feedback that it is in Discord and the vibration in my pocket is confirmation that is now in the queue. It's in the queue of things. Grated carrots. 2 cups of grated carrots. How much does this bowl weigh? 181. Okay, perfect. I am going to just grate these onto a mat using the box grater. And we're not peeling them because why? So why the fuck would you ever peel carrots? Because that's not necessary. We're grating these into the box grater. It says about 4 large carrots, which these are not large. So who knows how many this will be. But that'll be it. So I've got the nuts on the counter over there. I want to measure out a few raisins for this as well. But we're gonna get to baking relatively soon here. Okay, that's 93 grams. 96 grams, sorry. And we've got, it says 260 is what we need. So we're not gonna use this full bag, but we're definitely gonna use more than 4. All right. 130. We're getting there. These are small. Might use this whole bag. No, no way. What did I just do? 3. 130 times 2 is 260. So probably use 6 carrots instead of 4. Time check. 14:49. We're doing great with regard to timing. I don't have a hard cutoff today. Wednesdays are, there's nothing after school. We don't have any, there's no karate on Wednesdays. Usually Tuesday and Thursday are karate days for Calvin. So Wednesday is just a normal day. Although I did set the expectation with him, and we'll see if he remembers this afternoon, that he was going to do some homework. He was going to either do homework or some of his like weekly reading time when he gets home today. That was what we discussed. I'm gonna use the term discussed as opposed to agreed to, because he may not agree that that's what we agreed to, because we didn't shake on it and I didn't make him repeat it. I didn't make him say it again out loud in his own words. So he may not feel agreed. Anyway, he will be home in about an hour or so. So we still have plenty of time. And then the recipe test that I'm doing is going to be dinner tonight. Now, it's not gonna this isn't one of those like I finish it and we need to eat it right away meals. So that's good. I can just finish it on stream and be let it rest for a little bit, because he may have other plans. He may also be going to the playground after school. I don't even know. Anyway, we're just checking what time it was, because I don't have a good internal sense of what time it is right now at all. Obviously. Okay, that's 261 grams. So we have the exact right amount of carrots, which is good. Let's get these off to the side. I'm going to take these tops, these carrot tops, no relation to the human. We're going to put these in our stock bag in the freezer for the next time I make a stock, which may be soon, because I had a whole bunch of stock, and a whole bunch of it got ruined in the flooded basement because everything that was in the freezer is no more good, which sucks, genuinely. Okay, that was the carrots. So let's add some raisins to this. I'm going to add about a cup or so of raisins.
And raisins are annoying, y'all, because they stick together in the container, and then you're like, what are we even doing here? Like, all of these, this is just like a black hole of raisin in here, and they're all just stuck together. Like, come on, y'all. And you got to break them up. You can't just like, you have to break them up when you're like measuring them. Otherwise, they're going to stick together in whatever you're making too, which is annoying. Also, that is a condition specific to old raisins. When they're new, they don't really do that. But when you're quite literally scraping the bottom of the container, they're a little bit sticky. Okay. I'm going to do about a cup of raisins. Since this isn't in the recipe specifically, I don't have a hard volume here to work with. I think this was probably the right amount. Maybe we'll do a little less. There we go. 109 grams. Perfect. There's a little bit left in this container. Just enough to be... There's enough... Right. There's enough there's enough raisins left in that container to be annoying in another recipe. So we're saving just a little bit, not putting them all in this one. We have to spread out the hate, right? I'm the only one that likes raisins in this house, so that's why I'm saying that. Okay, here's where we're going to get into the actual mixing and portioning of the cake. Yay! Mixing and portioning. Yay! Pour the wet ingredients into the dry, and using a rubber spatula, fold the ingredients together. Fold in the carrots and the pecans. Okay, so this is where we get everything combined. Let me give my wet ingredients another little stir here. I don't have any chunks of brown sugar, so that's good. That's what we want. Why did the music stop playing again? Y'all, what the heck? That's not the word I want to say. Oh, I think it stops playing when I minimize the window. That's annoying. Okay. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe I won't do that. Okay, we're pouring the white ingredients and we're folding them together until just combined, it says. So let's get these. Now, look, I was promised there were no chunks of brown sugar in here, and yet at the bottom of this mixture, chunks of brown sugar. What the hell? Okay. Spatula. Take it wet and get those mixed in. And then we're going to take our, get all the wet ingredients out. Okay, great. So we have all of this is going to get mixed in until just combined, it says. So, we're not using a mixer for this. We're just making sure that all of the dry ingredients get incorporated. And then we'll mix in the other things. So I don't want to dump all of the pecans in here because I'm using them to garnish the outside of the cake as well. So I had a note here that I was going to put I put a half a cup of the toasted pecans in the recipe itself. The recipe says 1 cup. I've started with 2 cups of pecans. So the recipe says to put half of them in there. I don't know why I wrote half a cup instead.
Maybe a cup felt like too much. I don't know. I think we'll go with 1 cup though, because we're going to follow the recipe today. Why not? All right. This feels like all the dry ingredients are incorporated. I'm digging down a little bit. There's a few stragglers here, but this looks about right. Okay. Now we're going to fold in the carrots. So we'll just get these kind of evenly spread over the top. Fold in the carrots. And the pecans, it says. Carrots and pecans at the same time. So let's do that. And I guess we'll do the raisins too. Because if we're getting all of the dry ingredients in here, then I can just use this. Hold on, I dropped a raisin on the floor. Can't have that. Daisy will. Dogs cannot eat raisins, or should not eat raisins. Okay, so this is a cup of the pecans. I'm going to use that same cup measure. Let's take the rest of these pecans and take them off of my sheet pan. And I'm going to put these in a bowl that's slightly larger than exactly the size that I need for the rest of them. That way, I'm not fretting over it. There we go. Okay, so there's that. And that can go into the sink. These will be for much, much, much later. So we'll put those way off to the side, where later I will be like, where the hell did I put those pecans? We'll find out. Okay, folding all of this in. So I wrote the weight of this bowl on the bottom of the bowl quite a while ago, and there's a reason for that. The reason for that is I want to be able to evenly distribute this batter between 3 cake pans. And I realized, as I'm cooking, I know that I'm not going to be able to like keep the scale on that whole time, and it would zero out, and then I'd get frustrated and blah blah blah. But I know the weight of the bowl, so what we'll do is we'll just weigh the whole thing, and we'll subtract the weight of the bowl, and then I will spoon exactly 1/3 of this into each of these prepared cake pans. So, fold in the carrots and the pecans, the rest for garnish. Great. Pour the batter evenly into the cake pans. If using 3, bake for 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to weigh this. I'm going to weigh this bowl. So with the spatula in it. So this weighs 274 grams is my tare weight of the bowl. We're not going to weigh it with the spatula in it, because if I weigh it with the spatula in it, I would have had to have weighed it with the spatula in it prior to. So let's do the right thing here. And we're going to take as much of my batter as I can off of my spatula. All right, that's good. And so let's weigh. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to weigh the bowl with the stuff in it. Hold on, am I zeroed out? I am. Okay, we have bowl plus batter is 2034 plus the spatula, because I want to have the spatula in here when I'm like doing this. 2160 with the spatula. So we take 20 2160 minus 2034. Spatula weighs 126. 2034 minus 274. The batter itself weighs 1760. Batter is 1760. Let's double check that. 1760 plus 126 equals plus 274 should equal 2160. And it does. Okay, great. So the batter is 1,760 grams total. 1,760 grams divided by 3 is 586 grams of batter per container. It's actually 586.6 repeating, which is 2/3. 586 and 2/3 of a gram of batter per cake pan. Perfect. Okay, we did it. We did it. We did some math. Yay! Look at me using math. I know, right? Stick around. There's more. But wait, there will be more math. I promise you. If you love it, trust. You're gonna get some more. These are already ready to go. Prepared. These are prepared pans. So we're gonna do a little scrape here, and I am going to. I'm going to use a big spoon for this because I want to kind of get this distributed evenly. And I just have I have like a big old spoon that I can use. So I'm going to do that. So 586 grams per cake pan. I don't want to pour it because it's really viscous, and I'd rather do it this way. So that's more than I need. That's 600, 577, 587. All right, that's good. One. 586 in the next pan. And I'm just I'm spooning this in because it's otherwise, like I said, it's really thick and I don't want to go. I'm going to have to use a spoon to make this like the final adjustment on this one anyway. So I'd rather just go ahead and spoon it in from the start. Okay, 588. That's close enough. So I'm kind of just getting this even in the bottom of the pan, giving it a tap to get any air bubbles out of here. Last time I made these, they had some big air pockets in them, which was annoying. So I'm trying to avoid that by tapping them a little bit more this time around. All right, so we have one more. This should be just about. There we go. This should be just about right if I just do this from the bowl. I should have probably right around the correct amount, maybe a little slight bit less because the first two were like a gram more than they should be. Which is fine if that's the case. I mean, 1 or 2 grams is not a huge difference. And I'm probably going to end up cutting the tops off of these anyway if they're too rounded, so that I can get an even seat
when they are combined into layers to be iced. Yeah, so I got 530 grams. So we're getting, I'm going to scrape this bowl because the rest of what's in here I need for this. Gwen is down here to feed Clifford again, and I'm almost finished with the scale, Gwen, so just give me a moment. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever makes sense. Yeah, I was going to say, it hasn't been 3 hours. All right, so how much do we have in here? 560, close enough. It's close enough. Alrighty. So this is 3 pans worth of cake ready to go. Here's the scale if you need it, or for when you need it. I'm going to give these a little bit of a wipe, just right here on the top. And this is the last one. I didn't tap this one, so let's get this tapped down. Okay, oven is at 350. It says we're going to bake these for 20 to 24 minutes, which isn't all that much. Where's my timer? Here it is. Okay, we're going to start with 20. And I'm going to put these all on the middle rack of the oven. Middle rack of the oven. I had the thought maybe I should rebalance the stuff from in these first two into this one, so it's like even, but it's really not that much of a difference. It's only a 20 gram difference, which isn't that much. But we'll put these two, the two ones that are slightly larger, in the back of the oven, and we'll put the third one in the front because the heat is greater in the back. All right, so we're going to set a timer for 20 minutes. Cakes are in the oven. We need to wipe this counter because it is got cake batter on it now. And then we're going to make the icing for this while these cakes bake, because I just want to have it ready and done. I don't want to be messing with like mixing stuff and mixing bowls while I'm also doing like a dinner type thing. So we're consolidating the mixing and baking, even though I'm not using the icing right away. And I need to be cautious about the icing because if I make it now, I want to refrigerate. I'll want to refrigerate it, but I don't want it to be super cold when I'm applying it because it needs to be spreadable. I also don't want the cakes to be too warm. So there's a balance. But we're gonna get these cakes cooled down first. So applying the icing is a distant future scenario. I want to get in the fridge actually and make sure I have some space because I think I'm going to want to put these in the refrigerator to cool down, as opposed to leaving them sit on the counter. So I think what we'll do is we're going to put these on a wire rack. And so I'm going to do like a little tier here where I can put one wire rack on top of
set of cans. So one wire rack with 2 cakes on it, and then the third cake can just sit on another rack underneath of those. So that should work. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually. We have our 2 wire racks and frosting. I'm going to double this frosting recipe too, because if I have extra frosting, I'll just put it in a container and dip like Nilla wafers in it. But I know from having made this previously that I didn't have enough frosting without doubling it, because I like there to be a lot of frosting in this. So in the bowl of a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, beat the cream cheese, butter, and vanilla on medium speed until very light, creamy, and smooth. On low speed, gradually add in the sugar and beat until fluffy. If you need a stiffer consistency for decorative piping, add more powdered sugar. Cream cheese frosting alone or on cake or cupcakes can sit at a cool room temperature for up to 8 hours before it should be refrigerated. Actually, okay, great. So I'll make the icing and then just not refrigerate it. Perfect. The frosting can be made and transferred to an airtight container and stored in the fridge for up to 3 days, or in the freezer for up to 1 month. Bring to room temperature and re-whip with an electric mixer before using. Okay, so I think what we'll do is not using the electric mixer for anything else today. Like, this is not a baking. We're not doing cookies. The recipe we're working on later is a dinner recipe, so I will just leave the mixer on the counter. I just want to make this and then I'll just leave it out. Okay, easy enough. Let's get the electric mixer out. And the paddle attachment. Okay, excuse me. We have, it's all the way in the back. There it is. Gwen, I told Calvin after school, he said he might go to the playground. I said, just let me know if you are. I also, we had talked about doing either his homework or some reading when he got home, but we didn't like set a formal agreement for that. Oh, there's a kitten. Oh, there was the kitten on the screen.
Okay.
If you'd like to see a very, how old is this cat?
Like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. There's a 2-week-old kitten on the screen right now who is named Clifford and is out of his little containment cell at the moment. He's just been fed and is a teeny tiny tuxedo.
A big belly.
Yeah, and he has a huge belly right now. And he's making a lot of squeaks. We haven't seen our cats on stream at all.
They're
today.
on the chairs.
I see them. Like, I've seen them.
Ash and Elsie are on a chair and Opie's right there.
Yeah, there is a kid. He should be another foster fail Twinderella. Don't do it. Yes, this is Clifford, the tiny tuxedo. Oh, and this one, hello. See this down here.
Huh?
This is the.
Oh. What's that, YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he.
Ow! Claws.
Claws or teeth.
Claws.
Yeah, he's a handsome boy. He is a very handsome cat. He came alone too. He was all alone. He didn't come into the shelter with any other siblings. Like, he just came in as an individual. What do you call them? Singletons. Singletons. A singlet, I suppose, is a separate thing. That's an article of clothing. Yeah, he's a cute cat. He's very delightful. He also just kind of lives in a box and sleeps all the time. So that's the stage that he's at currently, is lives in a box, eats every 3 hours, and basically just sleeps. His eyes only opened like 3 days ago. So he's brand new to the world. He can't even see shapes yet. He's just seeing like blurry colors currently. He drank 13 milliliters. 13 milliliters. When I fed him, he drank 5. So he was waiting for the mom cat to come home. That's for damn sure. Okay, we're doubling this. She says I didn't do it the right way. He was drinking. I just didn't give him as many opportunities. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're making icing now. I'm making icing, Clifford's making biscuits, and Gwen's making eyes at him. All right, we're doubling this recipe, so it's a I'm not gonna use all of it for icing this cake, but I am. The last time I made carrot cake, last time I made cream cheese icing, I remember I had a bunch of leftover, and I just kept it in the refrigerator, and I was dipping apples in it. So like it's not like it's not like it's going to waste if I don't use all of it. So this cream cheese is super soft. I put this out on the counter maybe an hour before stream started, so about 3 hours ish ago. 3.5 hours, maybe, something like that. It's been out for a while. It's quite soft at this point. There's butter out there too. The butter was in the freezer, so the butter might not be as soft. But it doesn't really matter. It's soft enough. It's soft enough. Yeah, we're getting into kitten season. It's very it's like springtime. It's when all the cats come out and they start breeding again. I'm very thankful that we did not have kittens in the basement, in like the kitten nursery area when the basement flooded, because that would have been devastating and sad. And yes, unless they were in like a floatable box somehow and came downstairs and they were just like floating around. And it would have been very traumatizing. However, if we did have kittens in the basement, Gwen probably would have been down there and caught the flooding sooner, which is not a reason to keep getting kittens, but it is a fact of the matter. Just saying. All right, so we have butter, 16 ounces of cream cheese, 2 sticks of unsalted butter. It says unsalted, but I'm using salted because I don't have unsalted butter because I don't buy unsalted butter because I don't like it. Gwen's like there's always unsalted butter in there.
What? Are you saying that's not accurate?
I am saying that's not accurate.
There's literally always unsalted butter in the fridge.
I'm saying that I haven't bought unsalted butter in this house in like 3 years. 2 years.
That's absolutely crazy.
Y'all, I am literally on record talking about this.
Wait, I'm up. Literally unsalted butter right here.
Yeah, this is like the specialty butter that we don't use because it's for recipes. I don't know what you want from me, man. I can't like I'm literally on record talking about how I don't buy unsalted butter. Like, look at this. Salted butter in reserve. put that on the vertical stream. There you go. Salted butter.
Unsalted. I'm this is fucking stupid. I want salt. I love salt.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. 2 teaspoons of vanilla paste. What are you looking for? What, snacks? Now she's mad at me and is trying to graze. Okay. Hold on. I'm looking for the vanilla paste up here. Y'all can watch Gwen forage for snacks for a moment. I thought it says paste. I don't actually think I need paste. I think I can just use regular vanilla. But I'm looking to see if I have regular vanilla paste in here. I don't think I do. What'd you find? A granola bar. Okay. Well, that's a thing. I guess I don't have vanilla paste. Okay. Well, I'll just continue to not use vanilla paste. Okay. Cool. I just won't use it. Great. We'll just use regular vanilla. That's fine too. I know we both have like internet culture coded t-shirts on today. How much paste? Oh, it says or extract. Cool. 2 teaspoons. So 1, 2, this is a half a teaspoon measure, 3, and 4. That one overflowed a little bit, and then we'll just get a little extra in there just because. Hers is a Zelda shirt, correct. It is. Okay, so we're beating the cream cheese, butter, and vanilla on medium-high speed until very light, creamy, and smooth. No timing indicated, but light, creamy, and smooth. I think there's 3 distinct adjectives here that I can work with. So we don't really need timing. Would be nice if it existed though. Let's set a count up timer. Light, creamy. It's already creamy. It's literally cream cheese. But smooth. Okay. I'm going to want to scrape this down. I'll probably do this for about a minute. And I'll scrape the bowl down, and then we'll do like another minute. Maybe. Something like that. Again, I'm making this. The cakes are literally in the oven right now. Like, I'm not. This is for later. Okay, that was a minute. Let's scrape this down. And this is certainly lighter in color than it was before. I've still got a couple chunks of butter that were kicking around at the top. I don't actually know if it meant light in color or light in texture, which is a distinct difference. It's certainly lighter in color, and I would say that it's airier. Like it's physically lighter. It feels more like whipped cream now than butter, and then it feels more like whipped cream than either butter or cream cheese feel like on their own. So I'm gonna give this another minute here, and then we'll start mixing in the powdered sugar. Now I realize I'm doubling this recipe. I don't actually know. I think I have enough powdered sugar for this recipe. So welcome back. The cake is in the oven, so we're getting there. We've got a few minutes. I put the cake in for the minimum amount of time. Yeah, the minimum amount of time. So it might need it. It's going to need more time than what's there, but it's coming along. We're getting there. Gradually add in the sugar and beat until fluffy. Okay, so I'm going to measure out the sugar in a separate bowl so that I can dump it in slowly. All right, so that is light and fluffy, lighter and fluffier. It says I need 2 cups of powdered sugar, which is 4 cups of powdered sugar. Oh, there's a, okay, there they are. Sorry, the bowls were not in the normal spot. Okay, so let's just measure out. We're going to measure out 2 separate bowls worth of powdered sugar because I don't have a large enough bowl. I don't have a large enough bowl to do this. So we're going to do two cups in one and then 2 cups in the other. So 250 grams in this one. Actually, no, there's plenty of space in here. I can fit 4 cups in here. So 500 grams. Yeah, plenty of space. I don't need to waste a bowl. 498, 99, 503 grams. Okay, let me, I'm going to close this bag over the sink because I want to give it like give the zipper a little flick. There we go. All right. Beautiful. Sophia says, I was wondering if I had considered purchasing flood alarm thingies. They're battery powered and you leave them on the floor and if they get wet, an obnoxiously loud sound happens. Have I considered it previously? No. Do I probably want to get them now? Yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely a live and learn situation. I have not had those before, and we have a sump pump downstairs, which is unique. Not that unique. I mean, a lot of people have a sump pump. It's unique in like city homes. Not many city homes have a sump pump. Not many older city homes have a sump pump. The sump pump also it blew the circuit for the sump pump, so it should have been the impact should have been a lot lessened, or it should have been reduced because the sump pump should have been working, but obviously that didn't work either. So that kind of sucked. But I do think the idea of just like a moisture meter or like a moisture alarm of some variety is certainly in the cards. Certainly in the cards. It's certainly something that we're going to do. Okay, so that was 20 minutes. Let's take a look at this cake. We're looking pretty good here. Let's see about maybe shuffling these around. Do I want to shuffle these around? Not quite. Yeah, I'm gonna shuffle the ones in the back just a little bit. These are definitely not done yet. It's still a little liquidy in the center. So I'm gonna leave these in here and give these at least another 4 minutes. I'm probably gonna give these another 5 minutes actually right now because I just opened the oven. So let's give those 5 more minutes. While those finish cooking, we're gonna do work on the icing. Keep working on the icing here. So I'm gonna mix this in little by little, so it doesn't get super puffed up. So let's add. I'm just gonna add, and we'll stir. And we'll add and do that a couple times. But yeah, I think There's a couple things that we're going to be doing in that area in the basement. There are two areas. One part's finished and one part's not. So in the part that's not, I'm going to get some like just shelves, like general sort of utility shelves, so I can put stuff off the ground, because that was part of the problem with it, was there were things on the ground, like, and not that it would have made a difference if, you know, because the water was pretty high, but, you know, some stuff wouldn't have been touched if it was off the ground. But some stuff, you know, the stuff that was on the ground just got destroyed. Some stuff that was stacked did not. So, Pat, welcome in. Hello. We're making, what am I making today? I'm making carrot cake. Welcome in. Nice to have you. Thank you for bringing friends. I hope we have, I always forget how ads work when raids happen. It's really annoying. Regardless, Pat, I see, is a fellow food and drink streamer, which we love. If you're hanging out here, there's a shout out in chat. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, just hang on for a second. If you're on Twitch, there's a shout out somewhere in the chat over here, or wherever the chat is. I'm pointing to it as if it's in the same space for everybody. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You know where to find the chat. Go follow Pat. Pat's a fellow food and drink streamer, and we love to support the food and drink community. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. It's nice to have you. This is a food and drink stream. It is mostly a food and drink stream, I should say. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer and tester. I'm a dad, IRL. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they. And I'm really happy that y'all have joined us. Our stream is all about cooking, conversations, mostly vegetable forward family meals. We do a lot of recipe development on stream, which is what we're making today, or what we're doing today. We also do some baking, which is also what we're doing today. I'm not developing a baking recipe today. We're doing two different things today. One is carrot cake because I want to. Another one is a recipe that I'm working on for money. Anyway, we do a lot of that. We do meal prep. We do cookies at least once a month. We'll get to more about that in a little bit. But it's nice to have you. Lurkers are welcome. If you're a lurker, I appreciate you. If you have been lurking on the channel, or if you're new to the channel and you are the type of person who doesn't like to hit the follow button right away, that's okay. We appreciate you. Please know that if you do hit the follow button, follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I'm not going to like make a big deal out of it. I'm not going to make any deal out of it. If you hit the follow button on Twitch, literally nothing happens. You just follow the channel and we just keep going. If you'd like to make yourself known and hang out, please do in chat. And if you just want to lurk and be a non-chatter, that's okay too. But welcome in. We're making carrot cake. I have cake in the oven. It has about 20 seconds left on the timer. I'm making the icing right now. Pat, this is a stand mixer. What'd you make today? What was stream for you today? I know food and drink streams have all sorts of different flavors. No pun intended. I guess pun intended. Pun not intended, but fully recognized in the moment. And I kind of like that. Food and drink has many different flavors. There's drink, obviously, there's food. But some people stream into food and drink because they're cooking. Some people stream because they're eating. Some people stream because they're just looking at stuff in Discord. Okay, let's make sure I set another timer here. Just a second. Thai spring rolls. Ooh. Those are good. Like did you roll them? That's always fun. That's really satisfying. The rolling of the things. Okay, what am I looking for this recipe? Just to make sure. Test the center with a toothpick. If it comes out clean, the cake is done. I don't have a toothpick. Why do I keep getting all these messages? Oh, Calvin is messaging me. Okay. Okay. It's fine. My son is 10. He's on his way home from school. So I occasionally, get a little distracted when he's like texting me and he's on the way home, and he's also texting Glenn. He's asking us to go to the store and buy him things. Which Gwen was like, I don't want to do that because I have a headache. And then she was like, Dad's streaming. And he was like, okay. But then she agreed to go because I don't know why. I don't know why she agreed to go, but she did. Okay. I don't have a toothpick. Do I? No, I don't have a toothpick. Let's put a knife in the middle. That's fine, right? They're in the oven. Well, cool. I hope they turn out better than deep frying them. Surflift says it's an instant ramen kind of lunch day for me. I love those. I love those days. Can I share a story of a time recently that I messed up with instant ramen? I didn't mess up the ramen. Like, let me be clear that the ramen itself was fine. About what I messed up in the making of instant ramen. I'm asking if I can share a story, but I'm going to share it anyway. So, okay. I'm going to give those one more minute, like legit 1 minute while I share this story. And then I'm going to take them out and we should be okay. We were all sick. I was like, we're going to go to the store. I need to go to the store to get some ingredients for something. This is when I thought I was going to stream last week. And I was like, I need to go to the store to get some ingredients. Let's go. We'll get dinner while we're there. We go to the store. I was like, it feels like an instant ramen kind of dinner day, so let's get that. I was like, it says it's spicy, but like how spicy could it be? It's Aldi, right? I was like, this is just like white people spicy. This isn't actually going to be spicy. Anyway, cut to me I made like 3 batches worth of ramen. Instant ramen. I put 2 of the 3 spice packets in there, and it was too spicy for 2 of the 3 people in this house. It was not too spicy for me, but both Calvin and Gwen were like, "This is awful. This is terrible." And I was like, "Okay, listen, I'm the one wrong here. I was wrong. This is very spicy. Yes, I agree." And it was, and it was, full stop. So that's fine. I'll show you which brand it was too, because I actually still have them in the cabinet. Because they came in a 5-pack. Anyway, I should have gotten just the regular, like bland chicken ramen, but I did not. Spring rolls, I think where my head was spinning around with this is that spring rolls are also you can make them very spicy or not. I prefer spring rolls to be not spicy, but I like a spicy dip with them. Sofa says I tried the bulldog with just a little bit of the sauce and I was done. Well, you'll be surprised to learn that that's exactly what I made, was this spicy ramen. And this spicy ramen, actually spicy. Not that to be, let me like go back. I didn't think it was bad, but we agreed that it was a bit too much. Okay, cakes are out of the oven. What are we doing with the cakes coming out of the oven? So we made the frosting. Do not overbake. Okay. Allow the cakes to cool completely in the pans set on a wire rack. The cakes must be completely cool before frosting and assembling. Okay. So here's... It's okay to put these in the fridge, right? I feel like I can just put these in the refrigerator. I think that'll be fine. I don't think that there's an issue with refrigerating these to cool down. Okay, so let's just read ahead. Allow the cakes to cool. Must be completely cool before frosting and assembling. Got it. Noted. Must be completely cool. Noted. Thank you. Will do. I agree. Lesson learned from last time. Assemble and frost. First, using a large serrated knife or cake leveler, layer off the tops of the cakes to create a flat surface. Place one cake layer on your cake turntable. Evenly cover the top with frosting, top the second, more frosting, top of the third. Spread the remaining frosting over the top and sides. Decorate the sides and top of the cake with the remaining toasted pecans. Refrigerate cake for at least 15 to 20 minutes before slicing. Okay, great. Sorry, that was a lot of words. I have my cake decorator here. You can't tell when it's spinning really because it's kind of going fast. But we'll put the scale on it so that you can see that it actually spins. Phoenix, they have a 2-time spicy and a 3. Okay, listen, that one was pretty good. I liked it. I didn't eat it at the full packet, the full spice packet. To be fair, I had it out of the bowl, or out of the same pot that I had like made it in, which I made 3 batches. I put enough water for 3 ramens in there, and then I only put 2 of the 3 spice packets in. So I didn't like even make the whole thing. So I wasn't even experiencing it at the full strength either. So I think it would probably be fine. I enjoyed it, and then at the end, I like drank the broth. There weren't any noodles left, but there was some broth left, so I had some of the broth just as it was. Okay, I'm like trying to get these fucking cake pans in here, but they're like I'm putting them in here on the wire rack. Let me make sure that closes. Okay, it does. So I'm putting them in here, and then I'm just going to put this other wire rack right on top. There we go. Okay, all 3 of my cakes are in the fridge. We love it. We're going to take this icing and put this just off to the side. So I'm just trying it just to like make sure it's okay, obviously. Got to make sure it's okay. You'll be surprised to learn that it is delicious and tastes like cream cheese icing. Okay, but those cakes need to cool. So let me set a count up timer for those cakes actually. Count up. No, we'll set the bottom one to count up. Okay. There. Okay. Count up timer is working. I just don't want to forget that they're in there, honestly. I think I might. I won't forget that they're in there, but the impermanence of their not being visually present on the counter will make me forget about them when I'm thinking about like timing and doing other things. Specifically, like I want to check them at some point and make sure they're, have they cooled down? Who knows? Regardless, let's just leave this icing in the mixer, plugged in. Well, maybe let's unplug it. I'm just going to leave that in the mixer. I'm going to unplug the mixer on the counter there so that it's ready to go. And if I need to like give it a little spin, I can. And I probably will. I probably will. We were talking about the flowers earlier and their placement on the counter. The flowers I very intentionally placed on the counter, so I'm glad that they were appreciated. I tried to put them so that you could see the text on the bottom of this screen. There was a contrast with the text on the bottom of the screen. Okay. We are at an inflection point in the stream. What does that mean? It means that we're at a point where we're changing some things. First, we're turning the oven off. We don't need the oven on anymore. But we're moving, we have our cake made and our icing made. And someone is calling me. And I'm not going to pick it up because I know that it's a spam caller. You know what's really great? If you have a cell phone number that's not your local area code, right? Which I do. Mostly your spam calls come from the area code that your cell phone is in. So I know when I look down at my phone and I see a number from where my phone is from, I'm like, oh, definitely a spam caller. There's no way that's not a spam caller, because if you're calling me from that area code, I have your number in my phone. I promise you. And if I don't have your number in my phone, then I'm assuming it's a scam. Anyway, okay. There we go. I forgot. I didn't start this timer earlier. Now it is. It's actually started. It's moving. It's counting up. Twinrell, you confirming the black label is spicy. Okay. I will take that under advisement then, because I'm aware that you have I trust your spiciness designation. The bulldog ramen is very good though. I like the noodles better. The top ramen, the noodles are really thin and small. Yeah, we won't have that ramen again, unfortunately. Next time we'll do the completely non-spicy, like chicken ramen, and I'll just put chili oil in it, and then that'll be fine. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, exactly, Twinrell. You adjust. Like you're eating it and you're like, wow, it's really hot. And then you're like, oh, I guess this is okay. And then at the end of it, I'm just like literally drinking a bowl of broth. It does clear your sinuses, Phoenix. And that was my intention, because we were all sick and congested. I was like, let's just get this shit out. Let's go. Arizona spam calls. Yeah, exactly. Like I haven't changed my cell phone number in like 20 some years. Is that true? No. Last time I changed my cell phone number was probably 2008. Yeah. I got this number in 2008. Dr. X Mikey, welcome in. All right. In a few minutes, Calvin's going to come home, and he's probably going to say hi. He's probably going to be around and hanging out and like making sounds. Making sounds. Right. So here's my thought. I'm not going to get started on this. Yeah. Okay. Here they are. He's home now. I'm not going to get started on this recipe yet. Phoenix, they're just back from the store. So we have, that has been handled already. Hello.
Smells good.
He said it smells good. It should. It smells like carrot cake, I bet. Shirt? Okay.
I have a.
Yeah, it's fine. You can come on stream with that. That's fine.
But they're gonna know.
But they're gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Percy Jackson.
They're gonna know what school he goes to if he wears his Camp Half-Blood shirt.
They're gonna
on
know
screen.
that I read Percy Jackson. No.
Oh. Is that what we're reading these days? No.
No, not these days.
Woo! You warm, boy.
It's hot outside.
I know. I can feel the heat radiating off of you. And I can feel. He's a child. He appears both visually and olfactorily like a child.
I don't know what that means. And I'm scared. What does it mean?
Melody.
Excuse you. That looks like a child, not like a teen.
Yeah. Yeah. I can tell that you've been sweating. And I could also tell that you've
You're
been
not
sweating
one
if I close my
talk.
eyes. I'm not one to talk. I'm inside. We have the air on. I turned the air on today because it was
The rest of my homework that I have not done yet.
you're doing the rest of your homework. Okay.
353. Okay. Math. Yeah.
Okay. Now you got to do your math at what is it after 4 p.m.? What'd you get? Show your treats.
I did my science today, but
Show your treats. He went to the corner store and he's not showing his treats.
hold on. Let me get off of the big
Terrible.
tab, so-
Instant udon noodles. Are those the cup? Are those like the cup of noodles? Love the Camp Half-Blood shirt. Nice. Made a Cabin 3 shirt for Halloween. Super. Yeah, this is like a favorite shirt. Calvin, what'd you get for a snack?
Blue Takis,
Blue
Blue
Takis.
Heat Takis,
Okay.
and Tropical Rainbow Water Ice. That one. There.
Right there. You want it centered both here and here.
Oh, I see. Like that.
Yeah. Tropical Rainbow Water Ice. That looks pretty good.
And a blue.
And a blue.
Big hug fruit barrel.
Yeah, the Big Hug fruit barrel with like 4 grams of sugar. It looks like this looks like a health disaster, but it's basically not. It's basically just water. It's blue water with like a
What is Buldak?
Buldak is the black ramen that we had the other night. We were talking about ramen. Yeah. Yeah, Phoenix Takis, but no Buldak. Exactly. This is the conversation because
It's also about the texture. Like that, the ramen touches the outside of my mouth, and it makes the outside of my mouth hurt. Takis don't. They're just the inside of my mouth.
So the ramen, yeah, and that's fair. The ramen really like gets everywhere because it's liquid.
Well,
But
the
yeah,
ramen itself isn't liquid,
the-
but the broth is.
The point I was making with Calvin the other day was he didn't really want the ramen, but didn't want to tell me that he didn't want the ramen. He was
I
just
didn't
saying
tell you that I didn't want the ramen.
we had this conversation. I didn't understand that you didn't want the ramen because you didn't say directly, I don't want this. What he was saying was like, this is very hot. But my point was like, yeah, you eat Takis. How am I to know that it was too hot? Anyway, blue heat Takis are pretty good too.
You're my dad. You're supposed to have telepathy or whatever.
No. I'm supposed to teach you how to communicate.
Ah!
How to communicate. I do not have telepathy. Sometimes. Twinderella, that's super. Can you set the thickness of the ice? Is that the kind of one where you could make it like really like could you make like a 7-Eleven Slurpee style ice
I'm gonna
in
go
there?
do my homework now.
Yeah, Tatsu dies. Yeah, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. I will tell you because we were looking yesterday or Monday in the corner store. We were looking at the different beverages they have in there, and one of them is a pineapple soda. No, it was an orange soda that had
Fanta.
80 grams of sugar in it. 80 grams in a bottle of soda, in a 20-ounce bottle of soda. It was a Fanta, whatever. And I was like, yes, you may have the blue dyed water with 4 grams of sugar in it. Sure, no problem. It has, listen, it's all added, but like, just make that one your favorite, right? Like that's the point. Yeah, make the one with 4 grams of sugar and a little bit of blue dye in it your favorite, as opposed to the one with 80 grams and a little bit of orange dye.
I did do
Pick
that.
one. I know you did, and I'm proud of you for it, and I'm very happy that that's the one that you like.
You're congratulating.
Right, because I don't want to fucking fight about you getting whether or not you can have a Fanta every day, because you can't. Basically, I just don't want to feel like a jerk for denying you this thing that is an absolute horrifically terrible thing. Fanta's, that's not even a sometimes beverage. That's a like, no, you may not have any liquid scenario. Yeah, Tatsu, I love Fanta as a kid, right? Yeah, like I remember liking Barks root beer when I was a kid. My dad used to have it at the house, and
Ooh, that sounds really good.
yeah, root beer is great. And now I know that root beer is like one of the worst ones. Simple hand crank one. Excellent. Is this like a proof of concept in case you want a bigger one? The pineapple, yeah, I bet it's good. That's the thing. I bet it's really good. It has to be really good. How could it not be? It has 80 grams of sugar in it.
It's not good with
Okay.
sugar. What the hell are you doing?
Here's what we're gonna do. I am going to we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna play some words on stream. I am gonna triage the dishes in the sink because there's quite a lot of them. I'll put the camera over the sink and you can like watch me wash dishes. During that time on Twitch, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad break. So not that long, just long enough to handle a couple dishes in the sink. When we come back from that, I'm gonna get started with the recipe that I'm working on. That is going to be, it should be relatively, it's a quick recipe. But since I'm working on the like development of it, it's not going to be quick because I'm going to be like taking notes and sort of doing all the things that come along with documenting a recipe and a process. So we're going to work on that, get that to the point where it's like finished. Then we're going to come back to the cake because the cake is in there. It's very warm. It's going to need to, it needs more time. It needs plenty of time to like cool down in the fridge. I only put it in there like 10 minutes ago. So
I have a question for you. It's
Calvin
not
has a
like-
question.
It's about math, but it wouldn't like help me, or it's like a quiz, but not really.
It's a math question. Okay.
Does a trapezoid have
You lost me. Which one's a trapezoid?
does a trapezoid have one exactly one pair of parallel sides, or at least one pair of parallel sides?
Does a trapezoid have exactly one pair of parallel sides or at least one pair?
If you don't know what a trapezoid is, ask Tim.
I am gonna guess. Wait, well, I know a parallelogram is when all sides are parallel.
A parallelogram is when
It only has 4 sides.
yeah, is when it has 2 pairs of parallel sides.
I mean, my guess is that so
What's that saying?
both of those answers. Exactly one pair and at least one. Ballsy Ligma, welcome in. Fruity sodas are actually the worst for you. I say this because my dad is diabetic and he uses that pineapple soda to help him boost his sugar fast. Yeah, I bet. I looked at it and I was shook at how much sugar was in there. I was expecting like 40 to 50 grams and I was like, oh my God. But yeah, no, obviously, like if you're diabetic, I bet it's a great way to do that because it's a liquid and it'll absorb super quick. Exactly one pair. or at least one pair. I would say, wait, what are the two options? Does a trapezoid have exactly
one pair of parallel sides, or at least one pair?
exactly one pair or at least one pair? I don't know how many sides, like what connotes a trapezoid? The number of sides it has, or
A trapezoid is a type of quadrilateral.
a type of quadrilateral? So it has four sides. So if it had at least one and it only has four sides, it should have exactly one. Because if it had at least one, that means it could have two, which would make it a parallelogram. Is a parallelogram also a trapezoid?
What? Are you like asking me?
That was a question to the world. I don't know. I can't, dude. You were in your math this is like, I don't do math. I do math on this. If you can't do the math on this thing, I don't know how to do it. And I also don't know what these buttons do or what this one does, really. I could probably do it in a Google Sheet. No brand sodas are actually lower in sugars. Right. I mean, there's some that's...
By the way,
there's some that are like no sugar sodas. I saw like no sugar Dr. Pepper recently, and I was like, ooh, that sounds good. Because I like Dr. Pepper, but I don't want all the sugar. Axo, what are we making today? We're making two different things. We're between things. I have cake right now on the bottom shelf of the fridge. It's in there. It's cooling down. It's a carrot cake. That's going to be iced in a little while when it's cooler, when it's cooled down enough. So we're making a carrot cake, and I'm also working on a recipe of my own for it is a crispy lentil, it's a warm salad. It's a crispy lentil tomato herb salad with a yogurt sauce. So a trapezoid is a quadrilateral, a four-sided polygon with at least one pair of parallel opposite sides, often called bases. It is a closed shape with four straight sides, often appearing as a shape that flares or narrows. In American English, it is often defined as having exactly one pair of parallel sides, though sometimes it is defined as having at least one. Fellows, yeah, does a trapezoid have at least one or only one pair of parallel sides? So a trapezoid, then, as I understand it, is a shape that looks... Calvin has an answer for us. Is a shape that looks like this. Yes?
well, there's multiple kinds of trapezoids,
But like that would be a trapezoid. A flattened pyramid. Yeah, that's a trapezoid. You want a trapezoid, that's a
A
trapezoid.
flattened pyramid.
Yeah,
Like
flattened.
that is a way to think of it.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was that's why I had that shape in my head. So I was like, it's just a pure, it's like, you know, the two, because it says it often appears at an angle. I would say that it has, I think the question is, can a trapezoid be a parallelogram? I would say, because if a trapezoid, like if this, the bottom shape here, the one on the bottom, is also a trapezoid, then the answer has to be at least one. But if this bottom shape here is not a trapezoid, then the answer is only one. Because if it only has four sides, what? I don't know. Calvin's like, Dad, shut up. I've already moved on. He's smiling because it's true. He's already moved on.
Oh, you were telling me.
No, I'm listen, I'm not telling it. This is literally for nobody's benefit. Nobody's benefit. Modern geometry versus classic. It depends on the definition. Yes. In inclusive modern geometry, a trapezoid has at least one pair Under the exclusive definition, traditional geometry, a trapezoid has only one pair. So we are I would assume the 5th grade is using the modern definition, because the way that they're doing math now is like
So what do you think?
crazy. Not crazy. Crazy is not the right word. There is new and different to me. My initial guess was just going to be has only one, because I am old and exclusive apparently. I would probably say at least one. If I'm answering for you for like a homework question, that's my guess.
The answer is only one.
Shasta brand Enigma. I love the Shasta brand name. Okay, so the brand name sodas have more. Wild. Yeah, I would assume they're using the modern definition too. I mean, it's listen, like I would assume that if the class is contemporary, and knowing what I know about his school and their teachers and like the way that they do things, I'm pretty sure it's at least one.
It's only one.
Diet Shasta. One. Calvin says it's only one. According to school, it's only one.
But the school,
All right, I can't.
but the goddamn program says that it's more than one.
Okay.
And no one in the class likes it. Including me. It's annoying. Because on the PSSA, it's only one, but the program is trying to teach us otherwise.
Yes.
Stupid.
Teaching to the test. Classic. Yeah, Velos, I think that's a great idea. I said this earlier. My friend Megan, who's linked in chat, had a really good piece on her Substack about doing like pantry buying. And she even talked about it over like the course of the next couple weeks, and how to like build out your pantry and do some better planning with that as we sort of get into as we get into summer, essentially. Yeah, oh yeah, I read that and I was like bookmarked. But it was in her most recent Substack article. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. I did say that, and I did say that, and I do mean it. Let's do that. Let's do that now. Let's do that now. Where am I here? Hold on. Okay, sorry. I didn't have any of this loaded up previously to I don't have words loaded up on the screen. So we're waiting for a moment here while that loads and logs in. There it goes. Okay. We did it. Yay. Okay. Words is loaded. Perfect. Higher sugar things are actually fruity flavored. That's fascinating. I'm believe you. I'm unfamiliar with the efficiency of the delivery method. But it makes sense to me that like a soda would be very, very direct. Okay, where am I here? Let's come over to the sink during this endeavor. So if you're new to the stream, we do a game of words on stream here every during the ad break. Mostly, I say most, I say mostly because we don't do it during every ad break. No, that's not true. We play words on stream during every ad break, but sometimes we don't take an ad break. So anyway,
Sometimes we don't.
we're going to, yeah, we're going to do that now though. If you're on Twitch and you want to hear what's going on during the ad break, you can always pop over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. If you're on YouTube, I apologize because we are not able to do words on stream on both Twitch and YouTube. However, YouTube viewers get the benefit of hearing what's going on. So anyway, we're going to do this. Are we going to do this? We are going to do this. Okay. Why is this window, is this window smaller than usual? It is. That's weird. Okay. Well, at least it's the right size in the window that I'm planning on using. Okay. We'll be back here in just a moment. I'm going to do some dishes and I'm going to start a game of Words on Stream and we'll be right back. Words on Stream also is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. If you're a first time chatter, new to stream, if you're a lurker, feel free to just get your first time chat in during Words on Stream. Good time to do it. Okay, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch and we'll be right back. Here it comes.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, and let's get our sink triaged here. Meaning, we're just gonna get everything that's in the sink put where it goes, either the dishwasher or the dish pan. And if I have enough time, we'll also do some of these dishes. We'll also do some of these dishes. Jamie! Jamie, welcome in. Hello, Jamie. I know you can hear me because you're a subscriber. And despite being in an ad break, I know you're a subscriber. Jamie, thank you. I'm going to say a thank you for your sub more formally here when we come back, because then maybe someone else will sub at the same time too. But I do appreciate you. Also, maybe you were subbing because your sub ran out and you were like, I can't hear. Okay. All right, let's do another. The only thing that goes in the dishwasher, that could go in the dishwasher, that I'm going to hand wash, is the measuring cup or the teaspoons, because I want to use those for measuring salt, possibly lemon juice. But let's get this. Get some dishes done here. Let me get my measuring spoons. Those are the ones I really want.
It's over!
All right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. Welcome back. I appreciate you. I know that the ads aren't everybody's favorite thing in the world, and I certainly don't love them, but they do help the channel because I get paid for them. So we like that. Yeah, they also help because it's a few like minutes during stream where I can just like do some dishes and kind of catch up on the things in the sink that were lingering. So that sounded like a board, which maybe it was. If in fact that was a board, we're going to do another game because when we get a board, we keep going. So that was 2. Y'all are doing great right now. That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row. Let's we're gonna keep doing some dishes here while that's happening. And I might could get through the rest of these. We'll see. Maybe not. But maybe. Depends. Depends. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, right before the ads started, Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. And maybe if you're lurking and you just want to get a chat in today, maybe you want to get your whatever in. But anyway, I want to note that if folks are lurkers and getting their chats in during Words on Stream, I'm not going to scroll back up. I'm not going to scroll back up and say hi. So if you want to say hi separately, please do so. And if you want to just get your first time chat in and then continue your lurk, just feel free to do that. That's how we roll here. That's all right. You're doing great. Was that another board? Hold on. That could not have been. It could have been. Oh my God, it was. Yo, good job. Let's do one. Let's do at least one more.
Another board.
I know, right? They're really going for it right now. Y'all are doing great. Smashed indeed. Smashed indeed. Megan, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're getting our dishes. Dishes are finished. Yay. Amazing. Y'all, I love when we do really well with words because it means that I like finish the dishes. So I did all of the dishes and I've also got I'm gonna wash this bowl too, because this feels like a bowl I would use to make this recipe. It gets harder though, so that's the fun part. Now we're in like we're in like super hard game mode at this point. Usually when we get to the 4th or 5th board in a row, it's like, nope, hit the brakes. Which is because it's intentionally difficult, not because anybody, not because things are not because anybody has made things worse or harder. Through no fault of our own, things get harder. Kind of like life. All right. I even washed my little coffee maker just now. Y'all, this was productive. Okay, get your last guesses in. Get your last guesses in. All right. We are back here. We're not back yet. Oh, so okay. So this was the right size. It was just not looking, it just didn't look right. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we are back. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. That one was definitely painful. All right, we have hit the point now where if you did chat during Words on Stream and it was your first time chat and you want me to say hi to you, you can say hi now or continue to lurk. Please enjoy. But I'm not going to re-scroll. I'm not going to re-scroll. I'm not going to scroll back up and like see if anybody popped in during words because it's just first time chat. It's okay. I do want to say a very direct and heartfelt thank you to Just Jamie for your tier 2 subscription. That is not only a tier 2 subscription, that is a 28 months. Been subscribed for 28 months. That's a long time. Tier 2 subscribers get Cookie Club entries doubled. And that is usually that's not a safe bet that you're going to get cookies every month, but it's a pretty good bet that you get some cookies. So you get cookies more frequently as a tier 2 subscriber because all of your entries get doubled. So not just your subscriber, but like if you use the, what's the term for it? The channel point rewards thing. Right? How else can you get cookies every month? I always forget. Every multiple of 20 check-ins, channel point redemptions, creating a clip, recruiting a friend, recruiting a raid, rating the stream yourself, leveling up in Discord, every 500 chats, every gifted sub, every subscription of your own, every 500 bits, every $5 donation. So if you're a tier 2 subscriber, every entry that you have in the Cookie Club gets doubled. Uncommon, welcome in. Hello. Good to see you. Jamie, thank you for the bits. There you go. See, that's multiple entries right there. There you go. Jamie, thank you. I appreciate you. It's good to see you. I'm glad to be back. We were away for a little while. We had a forced break where I was going to be on break over spring break, and then I was on break over spring break, but I was also sick, so then I was on break for another week after that, and some change. So we're back now. We're back in the swing of things. We have things scheduled out through mid-May. So the next month's worth of streams are on the calendar already. I'm pretty set with that schedule. I think at least one of those is going to be a camping stream. So make a midweek camping stream. Calvin said, oh yay, but I regret to inform you that the camping stream does not involve you.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah, but we are going to probably do a camping stream that will probably be in mid-May, and that will be fun. I want to put it on the calendar. I want to book the campsite first, and then I'll put it on the calendar, and we'll talk about it more formally. But I also want to note that it might be one day, weather dependent. Okay, let's turn our attention to working on a recipe, shall we? This is a new recipe that I'm working on. It is there's a couple ingredients here. We have lentils, we're just going to use 1 can of lentils, that's it, 1 can. I may decide that I want to do this as like a double, like 2 cans. But I think this will be enough because I'm also going to use tomatoes, which will bulk it up a little bit. I don't know about herbs. I do know about herbs. I know a lot about herbs. The herbs aren't going to bulk this up much. I think my mindset here is I just want to start doing this with 1 can. One can, and then if I decide that I want more, like if I want the final product of this to be greater, I will just double the thing. But I want to make it, the goal of this is just basically use 1 can of lentils, and that's it. 1 can of lentils, most of a pint of grape tomatoes, and some herbs. Those are the solids in this. It's super straightforward. So we have lentils and grape tomatoes, 1 US dry pint. This is a common, these 2 things are very common sizes of both of these products. So this is, that is always the goal. Use a common size. We're gonna add some parsley into this, and then we're gonna make a lemon yogurt dressing to mix in. Optional here is gonna be optional here is a little bit of garlic powder. I'm going to use the garlic powder. Not optional is salt and pepper and olive oil. But salt, pepper, and olive oil don't count as ingredients. So the goal here is basically a 5 ingredient salad that you can do a bunch of different things with if you want to. You want to add shredded carrots to this? Great. Please do. That would be delicious. If you'd like to add chicken to this, I would recommend like roasted chicken thighs. Amazing. Just roast them in the oven, plop them right on top. It'll be perfect. Other things that you could add to this would be basically like any kind of meat. If you wanted to put like a fish fillet on here, that would work really well too. I was thinking tonight of doing like some fish fillet, just like a fish fillet on top of this. To be fair, I said fish sticks earlier, and I know that I said fish sticks, but I meant a flat fish fillet. What do we need to do here? I have some real basic, really basic directions here. In a blank pan set to blank, cook lentils, comma, stirring, blank. So then we add the tomatoes and the parsley. Then we add, then we mix in a separate bowl. We're going to mix the yogurt and the lemon. I would personally, I think I'm leaning towards using lemon juice, but I think because this is basically 1 ingredient, right? 1 ingredient is lemon juice. I think what I'm going to do though is call for a lemon, period. Like a lemon, like a real one. Because then you can zest it and you have extra flavor. So we're gonna, no pun intended, we're gonna try to squeeze as much out of our single ingredient as we can. This is... You okay over there? The child is cracked at the table. The lemon, I think, is the move. So we'll just do a lemon. Could be the start of a good rasam. It could be. I like, this is, so my initial pitch for this was dried green lentils, which you basically cook down in the pan until they are like, you cook them in just enough water in the pan so that they cook, and then there's nothing left, and then you add some oil to it and you crisp them, and then you just add everything to that pan. My editor was like, hey, can you instead use canned lentils, canned or packaged lentils, packet lentils, so that it's easier, even easier. So I'm going to, but again, I said this earlier, you can't buy green lentils in a package. So I'm using what I believe are red lentils. What do the ingredients in this say? is there even an ingredient label? Ingredients. Lentils. It just says lentils. It doesn't specify. These look like brown lentils to me. So, all right. Here's what I would like to do. I'd like to prep and sort of get all my ingredients together. So the first thing I want to do is drain the lentils because I don't want the liquid from the pan. I don't want the liquid in the pan to be in the pan because the goal is to get these a little bit crispy. So we're gonna open these and drain. I'm gonna save the liquid from here though. I'm actually gonna save it in one of these containers because the liquid from this makes a really good addition to stock. So I can take the bean water from here and put that in my stock bag. I'm going to freeze it first, which is why I'm going to put it in this container instead. So, all right. But this is just our first kind of pass at this. So a 15.5 ounce can drained. And we do not need to keep, for this recipe, the collective we who is making this recipe, do not need to keep the liquid from the can. The only thing that I prefer, or the biggest reason that I had initially planned on using dried lentils here is that the canned lentils are they're broken. They're softer. So they don't have as much. It's not as forgiving to crisp them as it is with lentils that you are cooking yourself and can sort of just let them get to the point where they're just cooked. Tornarella says, I saw an advice about making things stretch, and one of the piece of advice was to mix a can of brown lentils in with ground beef. You can barely see them and really have to be looking. They soak the flavor of whatever seasoning you use after you brown the meat, but before you add the seasonings. Okay. That's a great suggestion. That really is a great suggestion because this is a pound. I mean, there's a pound of lentil. Well, 15.5 ounces worth of lentils, I should say, in here. That is a great idea. All right, let's get the rest of this out. So once I drain all the liquid out of here, this is only 10.8 ounces of lentils. So that's good to know. Let's make sure this is 10.9 ounces drained, and then that's 309 grams. Okay. Yeah, because the can, I don't know. I didn't price the can of lentils when I bought it. It was on Instacart and I was sick. So I was like, whatever. I'm not looking at it. I know that I needed it. So we're going to put this liquid in the freezer and let that freeze. All right. So my lentils here are pretty solid. There's 300 grams of lentils. Let's see. With this lemon, we're gonna zest this and then juice it.
Make you probably for 10 seconds. In class today, and homeroom teacher gave us free time.
Cinderella, enjoy your
Um,
soup making.
When the homeroom teacher gave us free time
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the period, I used it to do some of my homework because I
Great.
knew that I was gonna have to do it on another lab.
Okay.
So I didn't have to do my science just now.
Okay, cool.
So I did my science.
Did you do your Imagine Math?
Yeah, I just did that,
Okay, cool.
and it's after 4 p.m.
Great.
I started after 4 p.m.
So you finished your homework for the week? Did you hit submit on everything
I know I'm not sure if I hit submit.
as he
on
gets
the
his
science,
laptop back out?
but
I said as he gets his laptop back out to check. Yes, please go check and make sure you submitted.
I had not before you said that, but it is submitted now.
Okay, check your other work.
I know I turned that in
Okay.
because it's in my done category.
Okay. Very cool. Well, he did all of his homework. Clap, clap, clap. Good job. Okay.
Good job. You.
Yes. Good job, you. Good job. Okay. Let's see how much zest this actually is. Dan, thank you. That was for your homework, Callie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This zest is about a teaspoon, but we'll confirm that.
Oh, I'm almost on the 6th grade pathway.
You're almost on the 6th grade math?
Yeah.
Okay, as a 5th grader. That's cool.
Well, there's a bunch. There's
Yeah,
multiple.
it's about a teaspoon of zest.
There's multiple 5th graders on the 6th grade. One 5th grader is on the 7th grade.
Okay, cool.
But
1
they
gram.
also started really early.
Okay,
Just before everyone else got introduced to math and math.
got it. Okay. Zest is 1 teaspoon, 1 gram, and then ounce wise, that is 0.05 ounces. Which is not really a measurement we can use. Okay, bring that down and recycle it, please. Okay, so what we're doing right now is I'm just getting all these ingredients out and like literally just measuring them. And like I know in general how much like a tablespoon, how many tablespoons of lemon juice are in a single lemon. Right. There's a it's pretty consistent. But we're checking anyway. We're always just going to measure and check. That's the point of this. The point is I want to be able to take a lemon and say, okay, like we have a lemon here and you want you to zest the lemon. I'm going to call for the zest of 1 lemon, right? There's no reason to be like, oh, let's just do a teaspoon of lemon zest. Now, the only people for whom that might be like reasonably applicable are folks like myself who use real lemons regularly, and every time I use a real lemon, I zest it so that I have a container of zest sort of at my disposal in the refrigerator. What you doing here? Okay. Okay.
Cool. All right. But for this recipe, I'm using both the zest and the lemon. Now for the juice though, I do want to be able to say like a tablespoon of juice, a teaspoon of juice, because if you don't have any regular lemons, I do want you to be able to substitute the juice from the bottle and not have to like feel like you need to go to the store to get a whole separate lemon just for this
I don't know if
recipe.
it's the zest or the lemon, but something smells very good.
It's probably it's probably both. It's just lemon general. All right. So, how much does that weigh? The juice of one lemon, 38 grams. Perfect. That is just about little more than 2 tablespoons. So we'll just call it 2 tablespoons if you need to use regular lemon juice. Is about 15 grams is a tablespoon for reference. $15 milliliters. 15 milliliters is a tablespoon. 15 milliliters is about 15 grams. So 38 is slightly more than 2 tablespoons. Perfect. This recipe is just going to call for the juice and zest of 1 lemon. That's it. There's no measurement needed. Not truly. All right. The lentils are going to weigh a little less once they're crispy. So that's fine. What I want to do now, though, is I want to cut up the tomatoes equivalent to the same weight as the lentils. So we're going to do this into these little cup bowls for 2 reasons. One, because I don't want to use a cup measure when I have a bowl that literally does the same thing. But 2, these weigh the same thing. So, I know that I don't need to tear my scale in between taking the measurements for these. So that makes it a little bit easier for me to do this part of the process. Should have had that camera on. Sorry, I didn't. Okay, but we're gonna take these little grape tomatoes and just cut them in half. So what I'm looking for here is I want to see how much the tomatoes weigh in comparison to the lentils. Because we have about 300 grams of lentils that are in this bowl over here. And I'm thinking that I want probably about the same amount weight-wise of tomatoes. So it should be about this whole package, because this package is it's 1 dry US pint. It's 551 milliliters, but you can't really measure tomatoes in milliliters, right? It doesn't work because they're not a liquid. But we are going to measure them both by volume in the cup and by our weight. So I have tomatoes. I got 160. Where am I writing these numbers down? Where is my number sheet from earlier? There it is. 160 grams. That's about a cup. And then the second half
is probably going to be a little less because it's not really the second half of the container. I think that first portion was a little bit more. So this is about 1.75 cups. My reason for measuring this, in addition to just having the sort of dry pint thing, is to know the weight, because maybe you have like a big container of these grape tomatoes, or maybe you're using them from your garden or something like that. I want to be able to say, 1.75 cups of grape tomatoes, which is 116 grams. So that was 276 grams of tomatoes. So 1.75 cups, or 276 grams of grape tomatoes. Beautiful. So we're going to mix those in after the fact. If we end up not using all of those, that's okay. I'll be able to like see what's left, what the balance is in the remainder. So that's the goal.
I put my books away. Where's my iPad?
It's probably on the counter over there. Okay. You put your clothes away too?
That wasn't why you hid my iPad.
I didn't hide your iPad either. I just brought it downstairs. Nothing's hidden.
Same thing.
It's in the same spot that it usually is when I bring it down.
Well, I don't know if you're going to bring it down or not.
Okay. I'm going to put this yogurt back in the fridge. I'm glad that you put your clothes away. Thank you. Did Mom ask you to do that?
No, I thought you wanted me to do that so that I could get my iPad.
Oh, okay. I thought you just did it on your own. Okay. Well, cool. I have 2 different types of parsley in the fridge. This parsley is slightly older and is flat, and I don't love flat parsley. If I'm using parsley and it's sort of a primary ingredient, which it is in this case, I prefer using curly parsley because it is more voluminous. It holds its shape a little bit better in a dish, and it has a little bit more like just body to it. I think flat parsley is my second favorite. I would almost always rather use curly parsley than flat. Which is fine, I guess. I don't know. It's just a thing. I think I'm going to give up on having music on stream today. I'm going to turn it on again, and we'll keep the window not minimized, but I think that it's probably just going to have to come back whenever my app comes back. Whenever the app decides to work again. Okay. But we're going to weigh this out first before we're going to weigh and measure this. I am going to put, let's start out with a cup. I'm just going to cut up a whole cup of parsley. And whether or not I use that, I'm not sure. But a lot of it, I do want a lot of it in here. Because really, it is about the flavor in some ways, but a lot of it is also about the color contrast, because this is a dish with brown lentils and red tomatoes and green. So the green parsley is going to add, a third of the color to this dish. So I do want there to be a bit of it. Flavor wise, it adding that much is definitely going to put it in primary ingredient territory and not just garnish territory. which is also fine because it is a primary ingredient in this dish. So I've got my little bowl here. We're tared and ready to go. So I'm going to cut up this first little round here. And I don't generally, when I'm cutting up parsley, I don't strip it off the stems first because I'm cutting it pretty fine. I just cut some of the stems in there if it's and it's fine. I don't worry about the stems. What I do is just bunch it up at the top though. I try to get all the leaves sort of in one spot. So I don't have a good way to designate how many like strands parsley. I feel weird. Do y'all ever read a recipe that says like 10 stalks of parsley? Like I don't, but that's kind of what I want. When I'm making a recipe and it calls for like chopped up fresh herbs, I don't really want a volume measurement. I don't want you to be like 2 cups of chopped parsley. I kind of want you to be like about 20 stems worth. That's really what I'm looking for. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, okay, 22. 22. I was a little off, but that's okay. I kind of want to, I hate, the more I work on like recipe stuff, the more annoyed I get about measurement. Because it's one of those things where, you know, I can say like a cup of chopped parsley, but you know, I really just want you to grab like a big handful. And a big handful is not like a thing that you generally can get away with like putting in a recipe. But like I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write down like 22 stems, you know, and we'll just see what they say. That's about 19 grams. 0.65 ounces. All right. Yeah, so fluff. I haven't seen it put that way very often. There's one cookbook that I don't have that I actually would really love to have, by Ali Slagle, called I Dream of Dinner. And she doesn't use a lot of measurements in that cookbook, or at least as far as my understanding goes. It is very sort of like up my alley, like whole ingredient types of recipes. When I say whole ingredient, I mean like a whole can of something. I really, and I've had this happen with testing, mostly with the testing process, which I don't do on stream. I don't test other people's recipes on stream, I should say. I test my own. Obviously, as I'm working on them, I'm testing them. But I've had this happen where it's like half a can of an ingredient, and I'm like, no, you gotta use the whole fucking can. Because why? Because what are we doing? If you like, I'm not storing half a can of an ingredient. I'm sorry, I'm not. Like, I'm probably just gonna dump that whole can in there anyway. Because there's just no way I'm gonna like do that. This is not happening. It's literally not happening. Okay. So we have all of our ingredients measured and ready. I don't think that's enough lentils. I do think this ultimately, feel like this recipe is gonna want 2 cans of lentils, but let's cook one. let's cook one and we'll see how it goes. Because everything else, the lentils are the only thing that gets cooked in this recipe. So easy, right? We're going to use a 9-inch stainless steel pan. 9-inch stainless steel pan, 10-inch stainless steel pan, whatever. 10-inch pan set to medium. So here's what I want. These lentils need to be oily. Because if they're not oily, there's no other liquid in here, and they're going to burn. So I need to put at least, first off, we're going to preheat. Preheat a 10-inch pan over medium for 4 minutes. Medium on my stove is 3.5. Set a timer for 4 minutes. Might not be 4 minutes. But you want, with this situation, with using this type of pan, you need to preheat, because once you preheat it, it helps it be more of a non-stick situation. So let's get our camera ready. And I'm going to want to use olive oil in here. I think I'm going to start with 1 tablespoon of olive oil. I'm going to start with 2 tablespoons of olive oil, actually, because I think that's... No, we'll start with 1. Yeah, I'll start with 1. And then there's still some liquid. There's a little bit of excess liquid in here. So I want to note, before we cook the lentils, we want to drain any excess lentil liquid that has sunk to bottom of bowl. Because I am going to call for putting the lentils in a bowl first for this reason. So let's drain. I'm just going to pop over to the sink, and I'll just kind of put my hand in front of it and drain the rest of this little bit here. Shit, should have put this in the pan in the freezer. Oh well, didn't do that. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Literally doesn't matter. Let's make sure our stove pan works. Wow, that camera is yellow, ain't it? Okay. Let's change that to what it should look like, which is about that. Yeah. Okay. And we'll see if that's correct. Once we get that one on the big screen, we'll reconfirm. Okay, that is 3 minutes. 3 minutes of heat. So pan is heating up and it's set to medium. I don't want it to be super hot, because what I don't want it to do is burn everything right away. I'm gonna put the oil in. So we're going to preheat that for 4 minutes. Then we add the oil. So that's been 4 minutes and 20 seconds. All right, let me also get out a spoon, something to stir this with. There we go. Got a little wooden spatula here. And then I'm going to I'm not going to set a timer for this. I'm going to set a count up timer so that it is just a, so that I just know how long it's been. All right, so we're adding the oil. That's a tablespoon. It's shimmering. And it is smoking. I want to add another tablespoon to that. I'm just looking at how much is in there, and that is not quite enough yet. Okay, so there we go. There's a second tablespoon. I'm going to put a third tablespoon together in my little measuring cup here, just in case I want to add some more. So let's lift this just a little bit so we get a better view. There we go. Okay. So this is shimmery and smoky. Or it's shimmery, but it's not, it's just on the verge of smoking. So we're going to take this and we're going to add a lentil. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, we're frying. Okay, so I'm going to add all of my lentils. I'm going to start my count up timer. And perfect. Okay, so this is still set on medium. And we're letting these crisp. We're going to probably let these crisp for just a few minutes here. I want to stir these about every minute. Ram's House, welcome in. Good day to you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Okay, so these have been cooking for about a minute. Single lentil popping. Okay, so these have been in here for a minute now. We're going to stir these. And when I say stir, I mean, I'm just going to like toss. I actually want this to be a little bit higher heat than it is. So we're going to turn it to medium high. I'm turning it to medium high. Ram's House, we're doing two different things today. One is a carrot cake. And the other is a warm lentil salad, which I am working on currently. So the oil in here, and there's a little liquid in here too. So I'm getting some steam. I'm at 2 minutes. I think ultimately these are going to cook for about 5 minutes. But now we're going to actually add some salt here. Oh shoot. You know what I meant to do? I meant to grind some more pepper, because I don't have any ground pepper currently. This is a problem. And it's not that big of a problem. Grand scheme of things, it's really not a problem. But it is a problem when I only have it is a problem when I want to measure pepper and don't have any actual pepper ground. Okay, we're at 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So let's give these a stir. And I'm noting what I'm actually looking at here. I'm looking at how much liquid is in the pan. I'm wanting there to be less liquid. So the lentils are still a little wet. They're evaporating. And that's good. That's definitely a thing that we want. So I'm getting my pepper grinder going here real quick. I'm going to grind some pepper because I want to be able to measure out, a teaspoon or so of pepper. So just getting this moving here. I'm at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So I'm stirring this about every minute. And I do want to season it while it's in this pan. That's 4 minutes. And I'm starting to see some dry, or I'm starting to feel some dry on the bottom now, but we're still, so this is good. I want a couple of these, I want these to be crispy, but I also don't want them, I don't need them to be fully crispy, right? It's not like they're popcorn. So I'm kind of letting them rest on the pan as they are cooking. So I stirred those a little bit more than I had previously. So I'm going to give that about another minute just to sit like that while I'm working on some pepper over here. But these are coming along. Okay, that is plenty of pepper for this dish. Okay, good. So we're 5 minutes, 10 seconds now. And again, I switched my pan up to medium high. Okay, we're dry now. We're starting to get dry in the bottom of the pan, which is good. Once you get some dry spots in the bottom, that's when you want to kind of stir and toss a little more frequently, because you don't want these things to stick too much. Now, yeah, we're getting this dry, like, dryness happening on the bottom, which is good. There's going to be a point where the lentils themselves start sticking, and that's when they'll be finished. You could also do these in the oven, but it takes a little longer. You can roast these in a single layer on a sheet pan, and they will crisp up after a little while. So I'm going to give those 1 more minute to just sit like that. I could do these in a bigger pan too. I think putting these in like a flat bottom pan might be helpful. Like a larger, like 10 or 12-inch pan might be good. I didn't, and that's okay. I don't need to. I could have. All right, we're going to add to this half a teaspoon of salt. Just a half a teaspoon to start. We're also going to season this 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'm going to add half a teaspoon of salt, and then I have some fresh ground. I just ground this black pepper. Add that here too. And let's give this one more stir. Yeah, scraping up a little bit on the bottom. So I'm not getting a lot of sticking here because I preheated my pan.
if I'd have just tossed these in here cold, I'd probably be getting quite a bit more sticky, but there's also a bit of olive oil. So let me get a little spoon. I just want to see where these are at texture-wise, because I don't want to pull them too soon. I do want them to be, I mean, they're already cooked. Okay. A little bit more than that. So I'm going to end up cooking these maybe about 10 minutes. And that was plenty of salt right there. These were they had salt in them in the can already. Now there's some popping. You can hear some like sizzling happening. I'll let those sit for just a few moments longer. And when we are finished on the stove here, I'm going to come back and I need to make some notes here because I said quite a few things while I was cooking these in the pan that I'd like to keep as part of the notes for this. Okay. This was about 10 minutes, medium-high heat. And these are pretty good. Okay. Let's come on back over to the counter here for just a moment. We're going to let these cool for just a second here. I'm going to bring these over to the counter and let them cool. It's taking them off the stove. Okay, so they move from liquidy to evaporation. Stir every like minute or two, scraping the pan. I added half teaspoon of salt each. Salt and pepper. Okay. Great. What I really want to make note of in that is that they start out with some liquid stuff in them, and then as you cook them, the liquid evaporates. So what you're really trying to do is get all the liquid out of there. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna add these into a separate bowl. And I'm going to mix these with the tomatoes. And we're going to need to add some more salt to this because of the tomatoes are completely unseasoned at this point. There's nothing on the tomatoes at the moment. So we're going to need to keep that. Yeah, I do think I want a second can of lentils in this recipe because the ratio here is like way off. And I'd rather use 2 cans of lentils than half of a container of tomatoes. Which is whatever. That's a reasonable thing. So
I have a second can of lentils. Let's do that. Because we're already in it. We're already working towards it. I think I have a second can of the same exact brand of lentils, which is great. So we're also, that pan is already hot. Already hot. I don't need to worry about cooking with that one. Let's drain these. Again, I'm going to save my lentil liquid here. We're going to go right into the pan with this one and see what that entails. Now, for the next recipe, for the next version of this, I am aware that I'm going to need to use a larger pan. So that is fine and totally recognized. Now, here's the other thing with this. I used 2 tablespoons of olive oil in that last one. Let's use a different amount. Let's use a different amount of olive oil this time around. We're going to use 1.5 tablespoons. I'm going to preheat that pan, which it already is, pretty much. Yeah, I'm going to preheat that pan. I'm going to put that right up to medium-high to start. And we're going to pop our olive oil in there. And we're just going to go right into this second round of lentils. I'm going to pour these out of the can and into the pan and see if this makes, see what difference the level of olive oil makes in this. Okay. So toss 2 of them in here. They are already starting to sizzle, so we're good to go. All right, starting my count up timer. That last one, I pulled them at like 10 minutes. I also had them on a medium heat to start out. I'm starting them at medium high this time. So they should go a little bit quicker, I'm guessing. But let's just leave those. We're going to leave those be and see if there's a difference. Mainly in the oil. So all of this liquid in here is what had started to accumulate in the bottom of the bowl from the previous batch. So these will have a little bit more evaporation to deal with, but once we get past the evaporation, I am wondering if that slight difference in olive oil is going to make them a little bit crispier. Or if the counter point is going to happen. Because they may, they're not being fried. If I toss these in a deep fryer, they'd sure be crispy, but that's not really what I want to do with this recipe. It's not really the goal. I think maybe I'm going to turn these up. Yeah, so I'm at medium, a pretty aggressive medium high. I'm at a 6 out of 7, which it's much hotter than the last time. So I'm just kind of going out on a limb here. We're going to do this recipe again tomorrow, I think. Because I know that I'm going to eat all of this tonight. There's not like a leftover. There's not an idea of leftovers with this one. Not for me anyway. This is the exact type of food that I love to eat, and I'll eat this cold. So about 2 minutes here. We have a lot of evaporation happening, a lot of movement. I need to be a little bit patient and just let this happen instead of continuing to move these around. So let's let this get up to let this get up to 3 minutes total before I touch it again. This is so hard. I want to stir this like really badly. My cake, by the way, has been in the refrigerator for an hour and a half, which is plenty of time for it to have cooled down a lot. So we are definitely going to be in icing territory here once I'm finished with this recipe. All right, I'm at 3 minutes and 30 seconds in just a moment here. So I am going to give these a stir. I'm seeing the evaporation is going really well. Yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds stirring. Evaporation is happening. There was more liquid in this than the previous one. So I didn't actually note the last batch what the timing was where it stopped being liquidy in the bottom of the pan. I'm going to say that out loud this time. So the last one's cooked for 10 minutes. These are at 4 minutes and 30 seconds right now. And we are almost out of liquid. Yeah, I can hear the sound changed just after that toss. So right at about the 5-minute mark, my sounds changed from steaming to like a frying sound, and I'm not seeing there's very little steam coming off of here anymore. There is, but it's not as much. Okay. Well, when I move it, I'm making a liar out of myself, but that's okay. Okay. 6 minutes exactly. I'm going to let this sit for a full minute before I touch it again. And my other batch over here is still warm and very tasty. That is quite good. So I haven't seasoned anything in here yet. We're still just kind of letting this one roll. 9, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. All right, 6:40. 6:40. I'm antsy. I get really antsy with things in a pan like this because I just want to keep stirring them. So I think while I'm sort of letting them sit, if I stir them too much, what happens is they'll break apart more than I want them to. Okay, that's 7 minutes. So I think we're dry on the bottom now. We're starting to get that dry, the dry pan. Okay. So these are looking good. Let's pause and we'll give that a minute more. I stopped stirring it at 7:48. 7 minutes 48 seconds. So we'll stir it again at like 8:30, 8:40. I'm noting these numbers for my own benefit, by the way. This is not a thing that's necessarily going to be in the final version of a recipe. This is the like when a recipe says like stirring every minute or so, or like stirring frequently. That's what we're sort of evaluating right now. So I'm at 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So that was a minute. And yeah, that was 1 minute is leaving quite a bit of stick on the bottom of this pan. So we're at 9 minutes now for these, and I think these are just about finished. So higher temperature, yes, but I drained them. They were not as drained. So they have less, they took longer to get to the point where they were crisping. All right, I think those are good. Let's pull those and come on over to the counter here. Okay, so what did we learn with that scenario? Higher heat is good, but I think I'm going to need to test. I need to test cooking 2 pans at once in a larger pan. That's what needs to happen on the next version of this. Because I used the same pan. I could not have cooked all of those. They wouldn't get crispy in that pan. If I just kept cooking them in the pan that they were in, they would just be mushy because they would steam. They would just cook the whole time. Okay, ratio is much better there. Let's add my... Okay, you know what I need to do? I need to put my yogurt and lemon juice and mix those separately in a bowl. Let's do that. I have a container of non-fat plain Greek yogurt. I would rather use full-fat plain Greek yogurt, but the store didn't have any, so we're using non-fat. And you do whichever one makes you happy. I'm going to call for full-fat Greek yogurt because it's better. But I think that is a personal preference. I am also going to call for a full container of yogurt because what are you going to do with the rest of it if you don't use it in this? So yogurt, juice of 1 lemon, mixed together with the zest. I'm going to add a 1/4 teaspoon of salt and pepper each to this sauce. That's pepper. My salt is over here. Okay, sauce looks good. Let me write that down, what I literally just did, because I would like to remember that for the next time. I'm also going to put my pan in the sink because it had some dried bits on the bottom. Let's get that in and soaking. There it goes. Go, 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 go. Okay. So I'm just writing down what I'm doing first before for like final stuff here. Start in bowl. 1/4 TSP salt and pepper. Okay, I'm just making sure I am writing down each of these things, right? Like that. Now, as I'm looking at this feels like a lot of parsley, but let's mix it in and kind of see what we're dealing with. Again, I did not salt the tomatoes. So I didn't salt the tomatoes, and I did not salt the second round of lentils. I did add 2 cans of lentils. Okay, so here's my, damn, I got like little teeny tiny bowls everywhere. All right, this is what this salad looks like currently. So it's cooked lentils, halves, grape tomatoes, and parsley. That's it so far. And really, that's just what this is going to be. Now, I'm going to add this yogurt dressing to it. This is 1 container of yogurt and the juice and zest of 1 whole lemon. Very straightforward, very easy. What I need to do is mix this in and then determine if the flavors are on, if there's something missing. I know that I would personally be adding some garlic powder to this, and I want to try it without that first, just to see what my like final, or what I want to see how it is without that. Okay, so this is basically the final dish. I would put this underneath of roasted chicken thighs. I would put this underneath of roasted chicken thighs, a piece of fish on top of this. So this is warm. It's warm currently. You could definitely eat it cold, but let's try it. We're going to try a best bite, meaning a bite with everything in it, and see what we need to do seasoning wise. That is lovely. That is lovely. It's Tatu, it's yogurt. So it's Greek yogurt with lemon. That definitely needs a bit more pepper. So I'm going to add another 1/4 teaspoon of pepper and a little bit more salt. 1/4 teaspoon of salt. Okay. Let's mix that in. Yeah, it's definitely not mayonnaise. It looks like mayonnaise. It does look like mayonnaise, but it is not. It is Greek yogurt. Now, this isn't too much of a looker at the moment, but it's the taste is pretty good. I love that. Just lentils, tomatoes, parsley. Super straightforward. And it's warm, which is great. This would be really good cold, but the lentils will lose some of their toothsomeness as you let this sit. Obviously, it's now a dressed dish. I don't actually think that needs garlic powder in it, but I'm going to add some anyway because I want to know. Now, to be fair, when would I add garlic powder to this? Not at the end. I would add it to the lentils as they were being cooked. I'm adding a 1/4 teaspoon of garlic powder to this. I think that instead of garlic powder, I think I would prefer, I'm thinking about flavors here, and like lentils and like cooked onions. Like if you had some onions to crisp in the pan with the lentils, that would be really good. So I think you could use like garlic powder or onion powder, but fuck yeah. Okay, better with the garlic powder. Better with the garlic powder. You could add onion powder to this too. So this is good. I like the flavors. I like the textures. I think there's 2 changes that I would make to this next time. I would season the tomatoes first. The tomatoes, if you season them ahead, basically like you cut them and you put them in a little bowl and you toss like a 1/4 teaspoon of salt in there, the tomatoes are going to be more independently flavorful. Right now, these are not great tasting grape tomatoes just in general. So I think they're a little lacking in that regard, which is expected because they're just like standard grocery store grape tomatoes. There's nothing like super special about them. They're not even the like sugar bomb, flavor bomb, whatever's. That said, you don't really need to do that, but I would personally prefer that be how this is served. I know this is good because I keep eating it. Because I want to keep eating it. I want more of this, and I just want to eat a whole bowl of it right now. We're not going to. But I would say season the tomatoes ahead and bigger pan for 2 cans. I don't think you need a cast iron skillet to do this, but I think you could use a cast iron skillet and it would work out very well as well. Again, as long as you preheat it and everything is, on the, and everything is on the up in that regard. Okay. Let's ice a cake. Let's move to our cake. I think it's cake time. Okay. We're going to come back to this. We, meaning my family, because this is what we're going to have for dinner, plus a big piece of fish. I have frozen fish ready in the freezer. Okay. Let's switch gears. So we're going to switch gears over to making our cake layers, which should be pretty exciting. I hope. I'm excited about it. I have been looking forward to carrot cake. I wanted to make it last week. I had all the ingredients for it last week. I did not have the energy to stream. I literally wanted to do this stream that I'm doing today, like last Tuesday, and I couldn't get it. I just couldn't do it. It wasn't a possibility. So we are satisfying a 2-week-old at this point craving, because I thought about it well before then. I'm going to wipe the counter though, so I can actually get my like cake happening here. And we have 3 cake pans now. These are definitely cooled enough to be iced. They've been in the refrigerator for how long? Almost 2 hours at this point. So 2 hours worth of cake cooling. And am I going to get these out? Am I going to get these out of here? Sub question. It said to cool them in the pan, which I did. But you know what I didn't do? I didn't put down any like little parchment rounds in the bottom of this pan. So I'm kind of hoping these come out. And you know what? If they don't, it's kind of okay, because this is an iced cake. And when I say it's okay, what I mean is I will get them out of the pan. If they don't come out whole, that's kind of okay, because I'm going to ice them, and then they'll be all the little cracks and imperfections will be invisible, and that'll be okay. And I'm kind of giving them a little roundabout with the offset spatula. Let's see. 9 says a place I was at in New York last week, a local batch carrot cake ice cream. Hell yeah. I would regret not getting any too. I think that sounds amazing. I'm assuming this is just carrot cake mixed into like vanilla ice cream, but I'm wondering if there's anything more complicated to it than that. We're going to flip this upside down and just bang it directly on the counter. Nope. Yup. See, like I said, some of it might not come out entirely, and that's okay if it doesn't, because we're just going to put it back together again like fucking Humpty Dumpty over here. Okay, and these are relatively flat on top. I don't know that I really need to cut these. I was prepared to sort of like saw off a little layer, but they didn't puff all that much, which is great. It's a pretty dense cake in general. And I greased these pans, but I should have put down parchment paper rounds in the bottom of them. And I'm regretting not doing that. I'm going to write that down right now, because that's definitely a lesson I would like to do next time. You'll be surprised to learn that the recipe says to line the bottom of the pans with parchment paper rounds. So it wasn't the recipe's fault. It was me not reading the recipe. What do you know? All right, let's give this a nice heavy bang and see if this one comes out okay. Nope. We'll go with, hold on. Are we loose at all? No. Okay. One more. Two more, but one more for this one at least. At least one more. There it goes. All right. What do we need parchment paper rounds for? Yeah, right. Yeah, this is pretty flat. I might trim the edges of that a little bit. I'm just eating the little pieces that fell off. I think you're obligated to do so. Okay. Now this one, same thing. Just got to put a little force into it. We know that. It's okay. All right. Here we go. Ready? I'm really like slamming this onto the counter too, by the way. The reason is I want it to be even and I want it to all come out. That first one cracked a little bit and I'm like annoyed about it. I would like this one to come out whole, but we'll see if it does. I did scrape around the edge on all three of these. It's kind of giving it a couple little taps here. Couple little taps. And husband says, Ed's first, it'll come better. But does it make as good content? I don't know. We'll see. It might. The first one came out and it had like a little bit of, it had like a little chip off the side. But the second one came out after a good slam. So let's try this one. Ready? Here we go. Got it. Okay. It's just as much force as I can get. That was the goal. All right. All three of them, two of the three came out without issue. So happy about that. Let's get our... I am going to take my serrated knife and just give this a little bit of a haircut so that it sits kind of as flat as possible. But I don't think it doesn't need a lot. These are definitely cool at this point. There's no, yeah, I mean, I can see the unevenness. Or it's mainly around the edges. If I trim the edges up, the center is fine. I'm just taking it easy, letting the knife do the work. Okay. Small plate, hold on. Yeah, that should work just fine. Yeah, that's a little better. It's not puffy around the edge. That's really all I want, is that it's not like it had obviously risen a little bit on the edges, and I just want to cut those down so that it's even with the middles. Great. I know they sell specific tools just for this, but
I think this knife is just fine. I would not, for as often as I need to do this task, there is no need for me to have any type of specialty tool that does this. I know the ones that look basically like a big cheese cutter that are meant for the tops of cakes, which I think is fun. Okay, so there's that. Let me move this one, and then I'm going to flip this other one over. This is the one that had the little piece broken in it, but that's okay. Again, it just broke apart, and by the time we get it covered in icing, it'll be just fine. We'll make that one the center layer, and it'll just be sandwiched in between the other two. No problem. No problem. No one will know. No one will know. Now with the icing, it says I'm supposed to ice this and then let it rest in the refrigerator for a little bit. That's 15 to 20 minutes. So I think what we're going to do is we will do that. Once I'm finished icing this, I'll pop it in the fridge. We'll take a quick break for some words on stream, and I'll do the dishes in the sink. So we really, truly have dinner handled. And then I'm going to also get set up to make dinner, the rest of dinner for the family tonight. I'm not going to do that before we end stream today because dinner tonight is just going to be a fish fillet and the salad that salad that I've just made. So I basically just want to get the fish fillets out and season them a little bit, and then that'll give us, get myself set up to make dinner, and then that'll give us enough time to let this cake rest for just a few minutes in the refrigerator and kind of come back together. So we have our icing over on the counter. It's just been sitting there in a bowl. It's ready to go. I did not refrigerate it because the recipe said that it could just be left out on the counter for up to 8 hours and it would be fine. And so that's what we did. Let me take this offset spatula. Actually, you know what? This is fine. I don't need to wash that. It's clean. It just had a couple pieces of cake on it. I'm going to try some of this cake scraps. Let's just see if these are any good. No, you wouldn't like it. No. You wouldn't like this. It's spicy. It's very good. Okay. Let's get my cake stand ready. Now, I do want to, let me see. Do I have any cake rounds? No, I don't. Okay, that's annoying. Do I have any cardboard? Also, no. Okay. I'm going to put some parchment paper down on this stand. And cut it in a circle. I want to be able to put this, I want to take it off the cake stand. That's what I want to be able to do. Now I have some plates here, but they're all concave, which is annoying. I guess I could put this on. Yeah, we're just going to sit this on this cutting board, but not directly on the cutting board. I'm going to cut around to go underneath of it so that I can slide it over to the cutting board. That's what we'll do. Okay. Let's just cut this. Put this right here on the stand. Actually, I don't need to overcomplicate this. This thing spins. Let's use it.
Yeah, I don't have any cake, any of those like cardboard, uh, flat cardboard cake holders, or else I would just put it on one of those. The other thing that I've really wanted for a long time that I don't have, but I genuinely actually do want is one of the little like cake cloches, I think they're called, that just sit on the counter. The, you know, like a little glass display case that you can put like cookies or cake or something like that in. I would really like to have one of those because I would just make cookies and like put them in there, you know. Okay, let's clean up the edges of this a little bit. It looks kind of scrappy. There are some parts that I had a bit of a rough patch on. There we go. But yeah, like a pastry cloche would be amazing. Would be great. Okay. One moment. Okay, so this is ready to go. Now, I'm going to do a bottom layer here. No, no icing. Oh, hold on. I want to mix this icing again. I want to just give it a little spin in the mixer, get it incorporated. That's what I wanted to do. I was like, what is the next thing I need to do? I need to get the icing ready. That's what I need to do. Okay, I'm going to move those flowers here. Icing. There's my pecans for the decoration. And let's just give this one little stir here in the mixer. One little star turn. Okay, beautiful. So this is my cream cheese icing. It has cream cheese and butter, vanilla, and powdered sugar. Real basic icing. This has just been sitting out for a little bit here, so it's a little bit runny, but that's okay. We're not going to use all of the icing from here either. I'm gonna, this is a double batch of icing, so I'm definitely not going to use all of it. At least I don't think so. But we're not gonna, there's no additional like measuring happening here. This is all just ready to go. We're just going to take it right out of the pan with my icing spreader pan, whatever this thing is, bowl. This is a bowl. So Flip says, I missed it. Did you make a particular kind of icing? I did. I made a cream cheese icing, typical carrot cake icing. It has cream cheese and butter. Cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla are the primary / only ingredients in here. And as I said, it's been sitting out on the counter for just a little bit. So it's a little loose, but that's okay. All right. I'm going to wash my hands real quick. I'm going to wet my hands, not washing them, just wetting them. Actually, yes, I'm going to wash my hands. Why just wet them when I can put soap on them too, as I'm doing that? Why not just wash them too? Right? Okay. also putting a layer while I'm standing here. Let me put a little bit of water and some soap in the bottom of these cake pans so that they can start to soak just a little bit, so I can clean them in a moment. Okay, hands are almost there. All right, hands are washed. Nine says there's a special place in hell for people who don't use cream cheese frosting for carrot cake. I agree with you on that. I'm very like I think that with regard to carrot cake, the frosting is the frosting's like arguably my favorite part of it. Like I don't know that I've had carrot cake. What other frosting would you put on carrot cake? I don't actually know. I genuinely don't know. Okay. I mean, maybe you might put like regular like vanilla frosting. That's odd. That would be very odd. I don't think that would be normal. Just a vanilla buttercream? Oh my God. No. No. That's not allowable. Where's my icing? There it is. I have a larger offset spatula. Okay, so let's get our layers together here. Got one. And I'm just using a spatula to scoop. So this is not a thing that I do regularly, this icing situation. So I'm sure there's some techniques here that are probably I'm probably not utilizing, and I should be. But I feel fancy just having a little thing that rotates, that I can like rotate the cake underneath of the spatula. So I feel pretty fancy just in general. I do know that I want the icing to be even. That's important. Yes, maybe. Same with red velvet cake. Yeah, totally. The cream cheese frosting is just like great. It's so good. I made a little extra frosting because I fully intend on just leaving it in a big container in the fridge and eating it directly. Like last time I made carrot cake, I had extra frosting and I dipped apple slices in it and it was delicious. I was just thinking of putting it between Nilla wafers and making like sandwich cookies. I have Nilla wafers from a recipe that I was testing like, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago. I bought extra. They were on sale and I was like, I'll eat these later. And they're still there. All right. That seems about right. The only thing I'm not going to be able to do is the little orange carrot on top. Right? Pat, did your rolls turn out? Are you finished? Did you eat them yet? Okay, this is layer number 2. Now the only thing that I think with carrot cake, do y'all eat carrot cake cold, or do you prefer it to be like a room temp situation? I'll tell you, for me, I love carrot cake like ice cold, like where the icing is solid. Now that's not going to be the case for this today, obviously, because it's not going to have a 24-hour, in the refrigerator chill period. but the cake itself is pretty cool, physically cool. So I think will be, I think it'll be pretty good regardless. Bellis, you prefer cold. I definitely prefer my carrot cake to be frigid. And I think I prefer that because of the icing, because I want it to be a little bit more, I want the icing to be solid. I like when the icing is solid, I should say. All right, I'm just kind of making sure this is not like lopsided. Because again, the last time I made this, I left it, I iced it too soon, and then it was also a little lopsided. Marianne, hello, welcome in. I saw you check in, and then I promptly did nothing with that information in my brain. Welcome in. So we're icing a carrot cake. I've already gotten through my recipe that I was working on. It is really good. I'm very happy with it. We are gonna put this in the refrigerator for a few minutes here once I'm finished icing it, so that it can start to cool down a little bit. Actually, with the refrigerator, I might be able to put this in the freezer, although I actually scratch that. I don't think I have enough room to put this in the freezer. I don't think I have enough. I might. I haven't looked. Yeah, the icing being solid is the main reason I like my carrot cake to be cold. My favorite carrot cake this is not a specific location, but the giant slice of carrot cake in the diner, the one that's in the like plastic container in the little cooler at the front. If you are like an East Coaster and you grew up in a certain era, or really any era up until right now, because this is diners are sort of slowly going the way of the buffalo right now. But diners always had a case in the front, like a dessert case that you could put that was like, filled with stuff. And it was like giant cakes, like enormous sort of things. I'm putting this last this last cake round on here, upside down, essentially upside down. Because it is completely flat on the bottom. So I'm flattening it. I'm kind of making it a bit. I'm making the top of this a bit flatter by inverting it and putting the side that I cut down. Okay, so I'm just rinsing my hands again here. Tidy Whitey's, welcome in. Welcome in. The icing melting in your mouth. That's definitely one of the best parts. I was saying that the cakes in the diner case always had cake that was like by the slice. It was in like the little plastic clamshell, and they always had carrot cake, and the carrot cake always had a like carrot on top of it, like an icing carrot on top of it. That was one of the best parts. But pick a diner, if they have carrot cake in their case, like in their front case, I am going to get it. Also, if they have like a giant bear claw or like that type of pastry, I'm going to get that too. So here's a bit more icing. We're getting there. This is looking pretty good here, I think. Right? I mean, we're looking solidly round. I'm going to eat another piece of this.
Now let's press, let me press this down on this side a little bit because it's slightly lopsided. Now, this is an improvement from the last cake I made, that's for sure. Because the last time I did this, by the time I got to the third tier, it was like literally just falling over because I iced it too soon. The icing was melting when I iced the last time. The last time I made this cake, which was over a year ago. I know that I got a craving for carrot cake when it popped. The last one I made popped up on my time hop. And I was like, oh, that looks really good. I wish I had that right now. And so I'm taking some of the learnings of last year over to this spring's version of carrot cake. So I'm proud of myself that it is even and that it's not melting. That's it. That's right now. That's the good part. I'm feeling very very Jane Doe. Fellow food and drink streamer, it's Jane Doe is who I'm referring to in that situation, not anonymous person. But I'm feeling like Jane's always doing these lovely cakes, and she's kind of been experimenting with baking and teaching herself to bake, and has been doing really well at it. And all of her things look amazing. But like I watched her make a Beetlejuice cake one time, and it was like she was trying to get stripes on it, and it was just like black. And she was like, oh, I guess this isn't going to work the way that I want it to. Which was pretty funny. And also fun to watch. So thank you for the shout out. Yeah, Jane's good people. Okay, but we're getting there with this one. It's looking good. But yeah, I'm going to pop this into, when I finish icing this, I'm going to pop this into the fridge. And then we're going to clean up a little bit. We're going to run a short ad on Twitch and do some dish and sink management, get set up for dinner. And then that should be just enough time for the icing on the outside of this to cool enough that I can cut into it. All right, my nose is very itchy right now, and I don't want to scratch it. But this is looking all right. We're getting there. Uncommon. How were your fish tacos? How did you make the fish? Did you bake it, fry it, pan fry it? What kind of fish? Did you use fish sticks? Okay, this is looking good. Almost there. Oh no. All right, well, this looks pretty solid. Lemon, welcome in. Fried haddock, in comment says, with a nice salt. That sounds delicious. Lemon, welcome in. Nice to see you. Arrow, hello. Fireflower, hello. Welcome. What were you doing today? What was your... Was today a cooking day, or was today a home maintenance day? Wait, hold on.
We didn't get a shout out yet. We'll see it in a second. Okay, you were co-working today. All right, cool. Co-worked and planned today. That sounds great. I hope you feel satisfied with the progress that you've made and the plans that you've laid in place. I hope you made smart goals, as they say in corporate. We're making a cake today. We are icing this at the moment, and then I'm going to let it chill for a few minutes while we clean up. The cake is, despite what it looks like, it's not mayonnaise. It's a carrot cake. We're doing cream cheese icing currently. I don't really know how to ice. I'm not like not well versed in this technique, so I'm just kind of like trying to make sure it's just covered. You know what I mean? Very productive and made fun of Moccasin. That was fun. Valid. Sounds good. It is just the icing on the cake. Uncommon. I love that. Why would you conjure a mayo cake image? Just for fun. No reason.
Don't worry. I know
No
what I'm doing.
reason.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Green tea. Welcome. Looks good. Thank you. It is, it's coming along. The icing is a little bit, drippy because I had let it sit out for a little while before I used it. So it's not quite as staying in place as I would like, but it's coming along. I'll tell you that the last time I did a carrot cake, it was way worse. So there's that. Friends who are hanging out here, A Recipe Reborn is a good friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer, has been branching out from food and drink quite well into co-working, into home maintenance. Not that this is a branching out that's new, but into Final Fantasy. Lemon has been one of my favorite food and drink streamers for a long time. A definite inspiration to the stream, and also a great help to me personally, and a great help to you if you're in the food and drink club. So, also founding advisor to the food and drink club. So if you were hanging out here, I urge you to please go follow A Recipe Reborn. One of the folks on stream, we were talking about lurkers earlier. One of the folks whose stream I genuinely enjoy lurking on a regular basis, and has a very good, consistent, I should say, schedule, which is great. We're going to pop this thing in the fridge here for a few minutes. I'm getting the icing, kind of the icing that has dripped scraped off here. Just trying to clean the edge here a little bit. Let me pop this in the fridge, and then I'll introduce myself, and then we are going to clean up just a little bit. Is the cake for a special occasion? No, the cake is just because I want cake. This is a carrot cake. We are going to cut into it to end the stream today, so stick around. We have just finished icing it. Sometimes you just want cake. Yeah, sometimes you do. And that was the motivating factor today. I was just like, you know what? I want cake. I want cake. So we're gonna pop this in the fridge so that it has just a minute or two this icing has a minute or two to set. And then got a big yawn over there. Gwen's head still hurts. We've all been a little under the weather, so I think we just need cake. Angry Rook, welcome in. Hello. Angry Rook, congrats on your Cookie Club entry. That's a legit Cookie Club entry. That's not the 203rd check-in situation. Excuse me. The voice sounds a little raspy. Yeah, it is. I haven't streamed. This is I streamed yesterday, but this is only the second stream I streamed yesterday, but that was the first stream in like 2.5 weeks. So to be honest, I'm also a little like out of practice from like just talking in general. Which is why we streamed yesterday, so that I could just remember how to talk to the internet. Yes. Green tea. I got ice cream for a similar reason. Being on a deadline, you don't ever really need a reason to enjoy dessert. Carrot cake is very like springtimey, I find, and it's like this is the time of year when I just want carrot cake, and so I realized like 2 weeks ago on my time hop, it came up that I made a carrot cake last year, like right around this time, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, this is what I'm craving. So that's what we were doing today. Okay. We're gonna clean up just a little bit, but let me say hi and introduce myself first to anybody who's new to the stream. First things first, follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not gonna like say hi to you and be all engaging if you just hit the follow button. So just know that we appreciate lurkers, and follows are always silent. Nothing happens. It just does. 2. It's nice to meet you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook, recipe developer. I'm a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I am glad that y'all are here. Our stream is almost always about food and drink. I'm almost always making something. Rather, it's about cooking and conversation. Maybe I'll just say it that way. But we do a lot of recipe development on stream today, which I did earlier, and I'll show you what we made because it's what we're having for dinner tonight, and also what we're going to be doing on stream a little bit tomorrow. We do a lot of the recipe development. I test my own recipes. We make a lot of sort of family meals, vegetable forward family meals. I also do a good bit of baking. We make cookies. We do meal prep. We do prep for trips. I like to go camping. I take my son camping regularly, so I'm always prepping food for that. We have a very conversational environment in on the stream. So, you know, if you like to chat, great. If you like to hang out, that's also lovely. We appreciate lurkers too. If nobody is chatting, I promise you that I will fill the gaping void of silence with the sound of my own voice until y'all have something to say. So, that is my commitment to you. Anyway, we do love lurkers. As I said, follows are always silent. And as well, if you are a YouTube type person, there's a link to YouTube in chat. Please go subscribe there as well. Live on YouTube and on Twitch. So welcome in. Like I said, today we have made carrot cake, and we're going to cut into that We're gonna cut into that in a little bit. I started the timer. It's been in the fridge for 4 minutes, so we need to wait a little bit longer, just like a little tiny bit longer. But I'm gonna clean up in the interim while I'm kind of waiting for that to happen. We're gonna clean up. We're gonna set up for dinner. We may get the chance to look at a very tiny kitten. Would y'all like to see a very tiny kitten? Like a 3-week-old kitten?
Wait till I say yes.
I mean, maybe. Yes. How tiny are we talking? Well, tiny. Real tiny. Tiny enough that his nickname is Tiny. I'm just kidding. His nickname is not Tiny. He's eating right now. So, Fluff, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope swim lessons are great. Swim lessons are always nice because if they're indoors, which I assume they are, the pool area is always like nice and warm and heated. And humid too, which is great. Green tea, it is a gas range. Yeah, it's when we moved to this house, the kitchen was definitely the selling point for me. Here comes a kitten. You want to see a kitten? Here he comes. Other way. Yeah, there you go. This is Clifford. This is Clifford. Clifford is just a few weeks old. Here, he's coming around this side. Yeah. Do you want to hold him up or do you want him on the counter? So this is Clifford. Clifford is currently a foster. He is maybe 3 weeks old.
Not yet.
Not yet 3 weeks old. And no, he's not a big red dog. What do you have to say? Yes, he makes adorable little sounds. I mean, if you tossed him in there, that would not be an issue at this point. Yeah. Yeah, he is available for adoption in a couple months. Once he's a little bit more grown, he's still being bottle fed. So he is a foster. He's one of one. He came as a solo. He is definitely a noisy jelly bean. Do you want to hold him down on the counter where it's easier? Oh, look at his face. Oh my God. Lauren, he is. There he is. He is adorable, and he's very healthy. He's a good eater. He's a very good eater. This isn't really enough for dinner tonight, so I think we'll have to wait and get something from the freezer instead. Yeah. He's where is he? Yeah. I don't know why he has the name Clifford.
It's just what the shelter gave him.
Was he found alone? He was found alone. He was found alone. He was not there was no additional kittens who are like since deceased or anything that we know of. I'm just holding the microphone towards him because he's making little noises. Yeah, Gwen says he's the best eating kitten. He's the most consistent kitten for eating. He eats the best.
He's the best eater.
He's the best eater of all of the kittens that she has fostered. Yeah, just the one little kitty. Not we do not have more than the one. He's currently it. You know what I didn't do? I'm going to take this out of the fridge very briefly because I did not put pecans on the outside of this as I meant to do. No, not the entire litter. There wasn't a litter. It was just the one. He was it. He was the only one of all of them. I mean, I don't know if he was the only. We don't know if he was the only one. We don't have that information. He came from the shelter, and they only received the one cat. He was found. Gwen says he was found in somebody's garage.
So he's a survivor. He is a survivor. I'm just going to do the top of this. I was going to do the side, but I kind of like the idea of just like a generous topping. Tatsu, yes, it is a 3-tier carrot cake. It is looking pretty good. Still a little bit, the icing is a little soft. I only put it in the fridge like nine minutes ago. So I just looked over and realized that I forgot to put the pecans on it. So we're going to pop this back in here for just a moment and finish what we were doing a few moments ago, which is cleaning up. Okay. And there's 2 little pecan pieces that fell off to the side. Okay. So, we're going to clean up here for a few minutes. That is, do we have any pictures of Clifford in Discord? I don't think so. I can post some. I will post some just after stream. I have a few on my phone. I do have a few on my phone. So, okay. Tatsu says, "Who's Clifford?" The little kitten. That's the kitten's name. Is Clifford. He is. We didn't name him. He was named by the shelter. They all come with names. This is Clifford. This is Gwen, but the cat is Clifford. Here, hold on. I'm going to zoom in. Ready? All right, there's a kitten, a very tiny kitten on the screen. If you would like to see a very tiny, very satisfied and full kitten, full of formula. Jamie, I see you, and I appreciate you. That sucks that Zach's stream crapped out. What was that? What were they recording? Like just the YouTube video recording? Does Zach do? No, I guess that's probably too specific a question. I was going to ask if Zach does like separate recordings or if they just do like this is the time.
It's going back now.
Okay. Okay. He's a good boy. The YouTube recording. I guess, Jamie, the question that I really wanted to ask was, does Zach do something separate for the, like, I'm recording now, like, click record button, versus like, oh, this next segment is just going to be edited from the stream itself. Like, I don't know. That's a specifically technical question that I don't. Okay. Oh, okay. So there is a record button. All right. Yeah. So then that makes sense. I was going to say sometimes OBS is just like, sometimes OBS gets really annoying when you're with stuff like that. That sucks. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Okay. We are going to play. No, we're not going to do that yet. Yes, let's do that. We're going to play a quick game of words on stream. I'm not going to run any ads because I think that'll be annoying. Because it's usually annoying. So I think we'll just do a quick game of words on stream while I get my dishes triaged here. Let's say that we're going to do at least 2 games of words on stream though. Like we will say that because otherwise, like if we lose the first one, then there's no like, you know, we gotta do the thing. Yeah, we do have to triage the dishes. I mean, triage is the right word for it. There's like
a sink full of dishes. They all go somewhere. Most of them go to the dishwasher. So I don't need to do them. I just need to like put them somewhere that's not where they are. And then there's only like a handful that need to get done. I need to be able to put this one in the dishwasher, so I really needed to finish those scraps. That's what we're doing here. Okay. All right. But regardless, let's do that. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna run a game of words on stream, and do these dishes while we're waiting, and then we're gonna get to then we're gonna get to the carrot cake. I promise. We're gonna cut into the carrot cake in just a little bit. So I'm gonna triage the dishes. We're gonna come back and I'm gonna get myself like prepped and ready for dinner itself. Actually, hold on. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna preheat my oven. Because that way, when we do come back, I can put dinner in the oven. Because I'm just gonna bake some fish. So that'll be the oven's on then. Jamie, that sentence would be really awkward when stated in real in like in person somewhere. If you said that out loud and someone overheard you in the grocery store, they would be like, "Excuse me, / can I get your number?" It's my government name. I will tell you, I thought it through when I addressed the cookie box. I will say that. Okay, we're gonna come over to the sink here. We're gonna run a game of words on stream. If I can find it somewhere in this thing. Here we go. Okay, let's start a game of words on stream. We're just taking a quick break. Like I said, I'm not running an ad. I just want to get through getting these dishes out of the sink real quick. That's my goal. Because we have a lot of dishes that are just kind of like, literally in the sink that go in the dishwasher. If you are trying to get your first time chat out of the way, by the way, Words on Stream is a great time to do it. If your first time chat is just a literal like word for Words on Stream, I'm not gonna like call you out on it and be like, "Hey, what's up, new person?" But if you're like chatting with me, I can see you. I can see chat currently. I'm looking at chat. So yeah, fellas, I'm kind of surprised too. But like, I think this is one of those like, shh, don't I don't know. Like, don't spook it. It might run kind of situations, right? That's how I see it. But I don't know. I don't care. It's not. I'll tell you what. It's not offending me. If it's offending you, I'm sorry. I mean, not that's not sorry. Sorry is actually not the thing that I'm feeling. I'll keep that to myself. Will I? Yes, I guess I will. Okay, but really, trying to get through loading this dishwasher. Yeah, I agree, fellas. I'm with you, but I'm with you in the agreement. I personally don't care. I don't think I'm going to end up doing these dishes. I think I just want to get them out of the sink. Rinsed and out of the sink. That's the goal. Because the dishwasher's looking mighty full at the moment.
So we're gonna finish filling it up, and that'll be that. And then I'll do the rest of the dishes. I'll actually do the dishes after dinner, because there'll be a couple more dishes from dinner. It's always, God, there's always more dishes. These still need to soak a little bit more. So we're gonna let those soak a little bit more. I'm gonna recognize that one definitely needs to soak. Cat piss evergreen. I remember that, Shadow. They were in this stream for a little bit. I think I just called them cat piss. Sometimes you see something and you're like, what am I gonna do with that one? I think those are fun though. Okay. I can see the bottom of the sink though, which is great. We like that. We like that. Was that a board? No, it's not a board. I'm gonna play one. Let's do. If we can do one more. One more, I'll be able to wash a couple dishes, and that'll be lovely. All right. We're gonna hit this one. We're gonna hit this pan with the barkeepers, and then I'm gonna toss this one in the oven for just a moment to dry. This is what we did the lentils in. Okay. Beautiful. I think I could wash these cake pans right now. If I wash these cake pans right now, I can put those in the oven too. They'll be dry. The dishes themselves, I don't think we're going to get through. These cake pans I can certainly do. I was thinking of putting these cake pans in the oven, or not the oven, the dishwasher, but I don't think there's enough room. I don't really want to ruin them. Okay. Oh no! Oh, I didn't rinse these. Okay, hold on. All right, one more. Is one more okay? I don't want to annoy people, but like, I just want to finish with these cake pans. I really do. Okay. And they stay at the same level. When you don't win, they like stay at the same. Broccoli, welcome in. Hello. See your check-in. Good to see you. Okay. This is good. I'm popping these cake pans in the oven to dry them because the oven's preheating. So what that does is it will evaporate all the water from underneath of this like rolled rim, And they're aluminum, so I'm not really worried about them rusting, but like it keeps them from having, you know, water just sitting in there while they're in the cabinet. Right. We did it. All right, I'm just going to do as many one-off dishes as I can before the end of this game. And that will be that. And then we'll get dinner ready and we'll slice some cake and see how we did. Beautiful. All the dishes that can go in the oven to dry are in the oven to dry. All right. It even says fantastic. We're back. We're back over here now. We're back over here now. All right. Let's get dinner together. I'm going to get some frozen fish and just put that in a pan. And we're going to pop that in the oven. That should be pretty easy. We're going to eat that with a portion. Let's see. What fish do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces of frozen flounder. Perfect. This is a use it up meal. We love it. We're just going to put all of these in a tray. Let's put these in. Perfect. One, nope, not quite big enough. I want them to be flat. I'm gonna put these on a sheet pan, actually. Let's put these right here. Jamie, you're emptying your second freezer because it needs to be defrosted. Good luck. That sounds fun, honestly. It sounds kind of exciting. That's the type of challenge I really enjoy. The like, oh, we gotta cook all this stuff. Let's figure it out. I'm very into those kinds of meals. I'm frustrated recently. We had, I know I've talked about this on earlier and recently, but I'll mention it again. Our entire basement flooded recently, including flooding the chest freezer that I have down there with like all of my frozen food and stores and stashed stuff in it. So I'm like annoyed. Obviously, I'm annoyed is not the right word. We're just dealing with it. We're dealing with the fallout from having the basement flood with 2 feet of water. So we're dealing with that. The whole thing is frustrating, but it was really frustrating to know that like, oh, that freezer that has all of those all that stuff in it is like not like, sorry, that's just not happening anymore.
You don't get to have your like frozen foods that you had in there. All of the things, I mean, like broth, mainly a lot of stock, a lot of like vegetable stock. There's a lot of vegetable stock in there, but there's also like, soups and giant bags of frozen foods. Chicken tenders, for example. Could have had those tonight, but don't have any more of those. So that kind of sucks. Kind of sucks, he says, as if it was not a catastrophic destruction of everything in my entire basement, which it was. Including all of like Gwen's gaming stuff, all of her, the couch, the TV, her PlayStation, her Xbox, like all of her kitten fostering stuff, like all totally destroyed. Which is shitty. Mainly the shitty aspect is like having to deal with an insurance thing, Like, yeah, insurance will pay for it, because it was a failure of our electrical. It was a failure of a piece of equipment in the house that had been maintained. Like, it wasn't like the city's fault. It was basically a whole, a piece of the water infrastructure in our house crapped out. But like, yeah, insurance is going to cover some of that stuff. Not as much as we want it to. But yeah, exactly, Jamie. It's like a pain in the ass because it's like, well, right now our entire basement is unusable. Completely 100% unusable. So, like, that sucks. / is really annoying. But also, nobody died. No foster kittens were harmed in the process. And the basement is where the kittens stay. Not Clifford. The basement is where the kittens stay. So, like, had we had foster kittens, that would have been bad. That would have been tragic, I believe is the word I'm searching for. So, all right, I'm going to take, here's what we're going to do with this. That parsley that I said earlier was like, crappy. I don't really want that parsley, right? The like flat parsley. I'm going to put a little bit of it under each of these pieces of fish. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to slice up like a little piece of lemon. And we're going to put it underneath of each piece of fish and roast it that way. So at least this will be like not completely plain flounder. Yeah, it was an adventure. It's one of those things that happens, and we're dealing with it, and it's super frustrating. But again, like no one was hurt, and it's just stuff. Ultimately, it really is literally just stuff. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's 4 pieces of lemon per fish. Okay, so I've got my parsley and my lemon. Let me get some gloves and just get this like all together, right? Jamie says, buy a house. They said, it'll be fun. They said, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, to a point, that is accurate. Right up into the point where you're like searching for the water main in your house with a flashlight. Like, don't forget the fact that like I was very sick at this point when this happened. This happened on like day 3 of me being like very ill. And so yeah, it happened. That happened. All right. 1. And then we'll season these again. I'll just put a little bit more on top here. A little bit more salt, a little bit more pepper. I'm just kind of putting some fresh herbs underneath of here, and it'll roast. 2, 3. Yeah, the whole home ownership thing is great, and like I don't, you know, I appreciate the fact that you can do whatever you want with your property when you own it, and when anything happens, it's like, oh shit, this is my issue to deal with. There's no landlord. The landlord, yeah, my landlord woke me up and was like, I need help. And I was like, oh, okay. What are we doing, boss? It turns out we were wading through a bunch of water to look for a shutoff valve, which I found. Anyway, this is good. We're ready to go with that one. Let's toss a little bit more pepper, just a little bit more salt. Let's use the grinder for this. All right, my oven is at 350 degrees. So I'm popping this fish in because I'm not going to pull this out on stream. I think it's still frozen. It's going to take a little longer before we I'm not going to finish this on stream. I will show you what we made earlier, recipe wise, and I'll cut into that carrot cake and we'll have a little taste of that, obviously. I've been looking forward to that for weeks. So, but that's where we're at. I need to let's put this in the compost. I know that I have pans in the oven. That's not going to be a surprise because I did just put them in there like moments ago. I'm going to hit this with just a touch more olive oil. There we go. And anything else for the good of the order in here? No. Okay. We've created more dishes. Just FYI. That happens. All right. We need to get these things out of the oven. Do y'all do this? This is one of my like favorite kitchen hacks. Not really a hack, but like if your oven is on, or really rather if you were like cooking with your oven and it's still on and you're like doing the dishes, sometimes you don't even need to really turn it back on. But putting your pans in there after the oven is hot or is still on is really nice because they completely dry out and you don't have to put them on the dish rack. Okay. Fish is in the oven. I'm going to set a timer because otherwise I'm going to forget that that's in there. For sure. Let's see. How long do we think that fish is going to take? Let's set a timer for 20 minutes. That means that dinner could be at 7:30. Jamie, your brand new dishwasher ruined your 1-year-old new flooring. Serious nightmare scenario. That's brutal. Oh my God. Yeah, Phoenix, the flounder in packets is great. I had a new recipe that just went up, actually, command recipes, for a freezer dump meal. That one that I was working on with the potatoes and fish and like mixed vegetables is live now. And I'm pretty happy with it. What's your new pesto? New pesto. We love a new pesto. Jamie, we ended up hiring, I say we, as if I did any of this. I did not. Let me be super clear. Gwen, we put in an insurance claim and the insurance came back and was like, we need all of this information, blah, blah, blah. And Gwen hired a public adjuster. So someone whose like job it is to deal with like insurance and claims and that type of thing. And so that's good. And what they said to us though was the insurance company is going to wait every time. So they have like a mandatory response period of like 20 days. And they're like, the public adjuster was like, expect that every time you email them, you will wait 19 days to hear something. And I was like, you pieces of shit. Lemon Cheez-It. I don't want the pesto recipe from the Cheez-It website. No. I mean, maybe, but like, no, probably not. What do they use the Cheez-Its in place? What? I'm going to ask a question I probably don't really want the answer to, but like, what do they replace the Cheez-It? What part of the recipe does the Cheez-It replace? Is it the Parmesan? The nuts? It's either the Parmesan or like the pine nuts. Or do they just add Cheez-Its to the thing out of spite for fucking humanity? It's got to be the latter. It's got to be the last one of those. It has to be. Revenge for the mayo. Fair. Fair. You know what? I'll take it. That's okay. Gotcha. Hello. What kind of fish? Flounder. Just a regular old flounder. Individually wrapped flounder fillets from Wegmans, specifically. Okay. Let's get into it. Let me, oh, damn it. What the fuck is going on here? Sorry. I'm getting set up for dinner, too. Oh, it's just for the dipping the Cheez-Its. Okay. Well, crisis averted, but still no. You know what? These aren't going to be big enough for what I want to do with dinner. I'm like, I love these dishes, and I love any excuse that I can to use them, but they're not going to be good. We're going to take the flounder. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take that lentil salad, and we're going to put it in these bowls. I'm going to heat it up again, too, by the way. We take the lentil salad, I'm going to put it in these bowls, and then I'll just put like a piece of fish on top of it. That's the ideal situation. Sour cream and dried oregano. It doesn't get cooked. Does it get rehydrated in any way? Jamie put in a Wegmans order like 2 hours ago. Depending on the size of the order, that's normal or not. When I order from Wegmans, if I put in like an Instacart order or something, it takes, if I hit like if I hit the one that's like deliver ASAP but like don't charge me additional money,
That one's usually like 2 hours for me. But the Wegmans that the Wegmans that services the Instacart for us is in King of Prussia, which, unless you're in the area, it doesn't mean anything to you. But King of Prussia is an hour drive from Philadelphia. It's like 20 miles, but it's literally like an hour drive, which is shitty. Okay, so this is a carrot cake. I'm happy with it. I hope it's happy with me. We'll see. I should probably like take a picture of it now before I cut into it. Burp, burp, burp. Let's do that. Okay. Do y'all use the yellow feature on your phones? The one that like makes it better for your eyes and not as what's the word? It takes the blue out of it, the blue blocker feature on the phone. I use it all the time and I forget to turn it off when I'm taking photos and things look weird. I'm like, oh, why is it yellow? Did I start a timer for that fish? I did. Okay. I mean, you set it to black and white. Ooh. I kind of love that. I have mine set that if I triple click my side button, it turns black and white. And I do, when I remember, I'll turn it on, especially in the evening, because it's just boring. When it's black and white, it's like boring. I also don't have it. I don't have social media apps on my phone. That I've relegated social media stuff to desktop only, to laptop only, rather. You know, I took this cutting board off the counter and put it by the sink, and I didn't need to because it wasn't on the counter. It wasn't on the counter because it was dirty. It was on the counter because I want to put the cake on it. There. Okay, it's now we're really cooking. Well, we made carrot cake today. It looks pretty good. Let's cut into this. And I'll just see. Well, it cuts like it has 3 layers. What do we think? I'm going to eat about a quarter of this? No. Just kidding. One. I am going to slice a quarter. And then I'm going to slice like 2 pieces out of that. Pecans are annoying because you can't really like cut them. They're just like kind of there. What did I do with that offset spatula? Oh, there it is. Okay. Hold on. Jamie, enjoy your Wegmans order. I will enjoy this cake. And we will see you tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow, right around the same time I went live today, which is sometime between noon and 1 p.m. I was a little late today because I haven't streamed in a long time and I forgot how to turn everything on. I didn't really forget, but like some stuff just didn't come on.
You'll notice there's no music right now because my music player just doesn't work. I reinstalled it. I did all the things I thought I needed to do. And it was like, no, sorry, we're just still not gonna work. Bug you. I was like, oh, okay. I guess we're just not gonna work. Hey, you want to see some carrot cake? I made it. I made it. Hey, look, I made it. Looks like this. It's got some good layering on it. Little thick enough outer layer. Not as thick as I think I would have done had the icing been a little bit cooler and more workable, but I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see what it tastes like. Let me take a picture of it first. Hold on. I'll take a picture of it first. I am certainly not going to eat all of this tonight, and tomorrow I will probably, in the light, when I have better lighting in this kitchen, I'll probably cut a slice and take like a glamour shot of the thing. There we go. Yeah, the interior looks nice. Maybe I'll show you here. Do you want to see the inside of this cake with like the little... Oh, this is hefty. This is what this looks like inside. Oh, hold on. There we go. Pretty happy. Pretty happy. Why did we make carrot cake today? Because I wanted it. I'm happy with it. That's real tasty. I'm a big fan. That's real good. The icing's real good too. Cake is good. Y'all put raisins in your carrot cake? You like carrot cake with raisins? I go back and forth. That's not true. I don't go back and forth. When I look at recipes for carrot cake, a lot of them don't include raisins. And a lot of the ones when you get them out, they don't have raisins. Latu, no raisins. Okay. Thought it was 3 cakes. No, it's 3. It was 3. To be fair, it was 3 cakes. I did them in separate pans. I didn't like do one cake and cut it. So technically speaking, it's 3 different cakes, but I did do like one recipe and split it into 3. Does that make sense? That probably makes sense. I hope it makes sense. I don't know. Made sense to me. What the fuck is happening? Why is it so loud? Yeah, so I mean I did like one cake recipe and just poured it into 3 separate pans of the same size. I have 3 like round cake pans. I just used each of these and baked like, a small cake in each of them, as opposed to one and then cutting it into 3 pieces, or 3 cakes and then stacking them. 3 cakes and then stacking them would be a lot. Would be a heck of a lot. Okay. Let's see. What what are we even doing today? We're going to raid somewhere, but I don't know where we're going to raid yet. There's quite a few people who are live. In the food and drink category. So I think we're going to keep it in the food and drink category today. There's quite a few people who I don't know in the food and drink category, or rather, I don't not know them. But they're less familiar than others. I think we are going to go. Let's see. Hold on. Is he still? How long has he been live? Oh, he's been live for an hour. Okay, good. Love it. Love to see it. Okay, we are going to go raid Hippie Wayfarer today because Hippie is a really lovely human, and he is doing lacto fermentation, kimchi, sauerkraut, cauliflower, and it says he's making plantain chips, which sounds kind of great, honestly. And we haven't raided Hippie in a while. It's Wednesday. Oh, it's Wednesday. That's why everything's weird. Not weird. It's Wednesday. I don't usually stream on Wednesday. That's why I don't recognize all the people who are streaming, because I'm like, because I don't usually stream on Wednesday. And I'm like, oh, there's people who are live who I just don't know. I'm like, what are they doing? As it turns out, they stream on Wednesday. I do not. And that's okay. Okay. Let's go see Hippie. Hold on. We're gonna. Shit, I lost it. Where is it? There it is. Okay. This give me a second though. What we're gonna do now? We are gonna raid out. So, let me tell you what we're gonna do tomorrow. Before we do that, tomorrow we're gonna do a snack stream. It's gonna be it's TBD. I don't know what snacks we're making quite yet. I still have to like confer with Calvin. But we're probably gonna be making something like lemon bars, fruit strips, puppy chow maybe, cut up fruit, caramel corn, Rice Krispie treats. He's going to have some friends over on Friday to do a little Mario Kart tournament. They have a half day at school, so we're going to host. So I'm going to make them some snacks that tomorrow afternoon. We're also going to retest this recipe. This recipe we made today. This is lentil and tomato salad. I'm going to retest it because I need to retest it again regardless, but we're going to make some changes and do some more, like we're going to lock in the directions a little bit more and like make sure it's tight and able to be replicated by other people. So that's kind of the goal. All right, so that's what we're going to do tomorrow. We'll be live somewhere around noon Eastern. Yeah, somewhere between noon and 1 p.m. Yes. Okay. Goodbye sounds are on. We're starting our raid. We're going to go see Hippie Wayfarer. Hippie Wayfarer is a friend of the stream. He is, as I mentioned a moment ago, currently doing fermentation today. He has some cabbage out right now. He has some cauliflower out right now. But it says that he's doing lacto fermentation, kimchi, sauerkraut, cauliflower, and plantain chips. Hippie is a fellow food and drink streamer, good dude. He often makes recipes like family recipes, like his mom's recipes specifically. So anyway, time is up for my fish in the oven. Androstra, welcome in.
I am glad that you like the cake. Thank you. I appreciate it. Luke Skywalker, thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, as I was popping around on Twitch, I saw your note. You're welcome and thank you. I do appreciate you too. We'll be live again tomorrow. We have the sound commands on. Here's some raid messages in chat in case anyone wants to share those with Hippie. Here's a couple. Yes, here's a couple social media, please. Snoostroo, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you too. We have some social media links in chat. Those will take you where you want to go when we're not on stream. But I appreciate you. We'll be live again tomorrow around noon. Somewhere between noon and 1. All right, bye.